Welcome to the third hearing of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations on the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. This is the one we call RCEP. This is a hybrid hearing where we have guests and resource persons who are physically present, and then some are virtually present. We have a senator. We have Senator and Amy Marcos, who is online. So thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Although this hearing is a continuation of the hearing last November 5, which was suspended. We will acknowledge our resource persons later after I make my opening statement. The committee had conducted hearings on the RCEP agreement on October 29 and November 5. Many issues and concerns came up from our private stakeholders, especially on matters pertaining to agriculture, health, labor, and trade, among others.
Already told you before, if we do not have the people to man the hospital,
Okay, can they hear us? Okay.
patients we can take care of. So, talagang una po yung salary.
We have Assistant Secretary Noel A. Padre. From the Department of Labor and Employment, we have Assistant Secretary Dominique Tutay. And from for those who are virtually present, we have from the Department of Trade and Industry, Mr. Paulo Estrada, Ms. Beatriz Hidalgo, Mr. Luis Ignacio Jose, Director Angelo Salvador Benedictos, Maria Monica M. de Guzman, Mr. Hananiela Domingo, Mr. Vincent James Floro, Ms. Kaizel Gendarno, Mr. Michael Allen Fernandez, Mr. Miguel Paulo, and Mr. Jeremiah Reyes. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have Director Anthony Aguirre, Principal Assistant Jeremiah Atento, and Attorney Neil Brillantes. From the Department of Energy, we have Mr. Michael Sino Cruz, Attorney Paulo Fondabilia. From the Department of Environment, Natural Resources, we have Mr. Alejandrino Sibucao Jr., Mr. Limuel Celis, and we have Ms. Liarina Mojica, Ms. Febrilyn Tumines, Mr. Nico Angelo de Lusong, Mr. John Francisco Pontillas. From the Department of Finance, we have Assistant Secretary Soledad Emila J. Cruz and Ms. Tanya Rial, Miss Yolanda de los Santos. From the Department of Labor and Employment, we have Ms. Cherry Lacerna Pesigan, Ms. Genevieve de los Santos. From the Department of Justice, we have Senior State Counsel Mary Grace R. Quintana and State Counsel Bernadette Ongoco. From the Department of Information Communications Technology, we have Attorney Maria Cristina Abalos Naing and Attorney Elias Omar A. Sana. From the Department of Health, we have the Dr. Maria Soledad Antonio. From the Government Procurement Policy Board, we have Attorney Melissa Santiago Yan. Attorney Melissa Santiago Yan. From the National Economic and Development Authority, we have Ms. Maria Cecilia Labadan, Ms. Maria Millicent Urgel, Ms. Madeline Monteramos, Ms. Laura Lopez, Mr. Jeremiah Racela. And from the Philippine Competition Commission, we have Attorney Jared Rivera. From the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Attorney Rachel Esther Gumtang Remalante, Ms. Violeta Infante, Attorney Ella Javier Padilla. We also have Dr. Francis Mark A. Kimba from the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. From the Bureau of Customs, we have Ms. Gina Herman and Attorney Nicolas Quiamco III. From the Insurance Commission, we have Mr. John Christopher de la Cruz, Mr. Alan Paul Bores. From the National Telecommunications Commission, we have Engineer Samuel Sabile. From the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we have Ms. Maria Teresa Dueñas, Mr. Eufrosino Bernabe Jr., Ms. Maria Cynthia Sison, Attorney Wendell Samaniego, Mr. Victor Mojica, Ms. Caroline Heroy, Attorney Maria Donabel Cadag, and Attorney Janelle Aquilina Marie Navarra. We have invited the Bureau of Immigrations, but so far we don't have a representative from their office. From the academe, we have Dr. Cesar Cororaton. And we also have Dr. George Manzano from the UAP. From the private sector, those who have confirmed are Mr. Ruben Pascual, Attorney of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Attorney Anthony Abad from the Trade Advisory Group, Mr. Josua Mata from the Central Labor Center, Mr. Francis Law from the 11-11-11 Philippines, Mr. Tony Salvador from the Third World Network, Mr. Joseph Puruganan from the Trade Justice Pilipinas, former DA Secretary Leonardo Montemayor from the Federation of Free Farmers, Mr. Raul Montemayor from the FFF, Mr. Ernesto Ordonez, the Chairman of the Aliansang Agricultura, Attorney Elias Jose M. Inchong from the United Broiler Raisers Association, Mr. Eduardo Layug from the Regional Agriculture and Fishery Council, Mr. Rosendo So from the Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura, Mr. Rolly Zar, Joseph Castillo from the Labor Education and Research Network, Mr. Raymond Montinola from the Confederation of Sugar Producers Association, Attorney Edgardo Acuna, Negros del Norte Planters Association, Mr. Joseph Edgar Sarosa from the UNIFED, Mr. J. Kainglet, also from the Federation of Free Farmers. These are our confirmed guests, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. COMSEC, you guarantee that we have sent the House rules to our participants, ano?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
no need to read the House rules. They are self-explanatory to
Yes, sir.
to
Okay,
save
sir.
on time. Ganun na lang. Basta ang nakita ko importante rito, we will allow those interested, whether pro or against or just neutral about the RCEP, to ask questions directly of our resource persons who may be present here physically or virtually. And I'll give you a time limit of 5 minutes, okay, in asking the question. Parang I'll treat you like a fellow senator in a hearing where there are many senators present. That's what the chair gives to his fellow senator, 5 minutes. So advice ko lang siguro, please use the time to ask questions because a preliminary speech is counted against your time. Now, I will advise the COMSEC to come up with a list now of those who have manifested their intention to ask questions. Okay, so, and then in the meantime, please prepare your questions because I will now recognize first, of course, my fellow senator, Senator Marcos, and after Senator Marcos, the DTI Secretary, Secretary Lopez will make an opening statement. And then I will recognize ASEC Alan Hepty of DTI for another presentation. And then we now go to the question and answer part. Okay, so right now, the chair recognizes Senator Amy Marcos. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good morning, my chairman. Thank you very much, Senator Coco Pimentel. And as an opening statement, I'd first like to clarify the status of the RCEP. My understanding from the DFA is that we merely have the options of concurring or rejecting the same. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is a treaty. Hence, the role of the Senate is to concur in its ratification or to reject the ratification.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. But I think in the signing of the said treaty, we are not in any way prohibited from invoking the flexibilities provided by RCEP. In fact, RCEP has been criticized as too general and non-specific in the ASEAN way, as it were. But certainly, in our own explanation of our vote, I think we are not prohibited from adding the exclusion list for the so-called sensitive products for the Philippines, invoking safety nets such as grace periods in the implementation of new concessions, trade remedies, and so on. The real problem is, as I see it, is that in fact, as the DA has said, most of the products indicated are actually duty-free already under ASEAN +1 and other FTAs. And in fact, the imports we are talking about are mainly sourced from non-RCEP countries. But what I am thinking is that so many of us are against this treaty simply because of the traumatic experience, as it were, from rice tariffication, where in fact the liberalization of trade, the tariffication, became a virtual surrender of our right to regulate. So sana, in the effort, dapat lang na ma-invoke pa rin ang ating karapatan na i-regulate itong pagpasok ng kung ano-anong mga produkto. Hindi naman na basta na nabuksan kahit kailan, maski sino, wala ng mga patakaran, wala ng inspeksyon, mabigat naman yon. So, kinakailangan siguro mas maingat tayo dyan. And as we know, the Rice Smuggling Act, for example, has become, it was supposed to be the counterbalance against rice tariffication. Hanggang ngayon, wala naman ako convict. Kaya medyo talagang walang naniniwala dito sa mga batas na katulad nito. So, isa pa, I would like the resource persons to explain to us, because the RCEP is already intended to take effect January 1 of 2022. That gives us little over a month. How ready are we? And what preparations have actually been made by all the relevant agencies, of which there are so many. We have DOE, DA, DFA, DTI. Apakarami yan. Talaga bang handa na tayo sa January 1? Upon the strike of midnight, kaya na natin yan. Parang mahirap yata i-implement kagad, kaya paspasan natin kung talagang pipirmahan to. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Those are my concerns.
Thank you, ma'am. So let's now proceed. I hope the representatives of the executive branch were able to take note of the questions of Senator Marcos and then adjust to whatever you intend to present to address some of her points, if not all. So, Secretary, are you ready for your statement? Sige. Okay, so Secretary Ramon Lopez of the DTI is recognized.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Quilino Coco Pimentel III, our chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations. Also recognizing Honorable Senator Amy Marcos, the other honorable members of the committee, fellow workers in government, the private sector industry associations. Again, good morning po sa lahat. The RCEP being an ASEAN-led FTA is intended to maintain ASEAN centrality and maintain the center of economic activities in the region. Not to mention, provide a regional balance of power. It is not just a simple trade agreement that provides enhanced market access and stable business environment. It is a strategic tool to sustain the region's economic advantage. RCEP is expected to promote economic efficiency of member states, linking their strengths in manufacturing, technology, agriculture, and natural resources, and it will reinforce the global value chain network, which Philippines is very much part of. Moreover, amidst the rise in protectionism, RCEP signifies the region's unwavering commitment to open, free, but fair, inclusive, and rules-based trading system. As a member of ASEAN, and given the fact that these objectives are aligned with the country's trade and investment policies, it is imperative for the Philippines to be a part of this strategic free trade deal. As the world struggles to recover from the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the RCEP presents a unique opportunity for the country and the region to rebuild the economies of the RCEP parties. It is also expected to strengthen economic linkages and deepen trade and investment relations to facilitate post-pandemic growth and recovery. This submission has been recognized by international organizations such as the UNCTAD and the ADB. In the recent ADB study, it shows that RCEP presents strong potential to mold regional trade and investment patterns and influence the direction of global economic cooperation at a challenging time. The fact that in the midst of the pandemic and growing trend in protectionism, RCEP offers a stable and predictable business environment, it surely will attract investments in the region, including the Philippines. A study conducted by our resource persons, Dr. Cesar Cororaton, a research fellow at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, and a visiting scholar at the De La Salle University, noted that RCEP is estimated to increase overall welfare, contribute real GDP growth by almost 2%, 1.93%. Increase exports by 2.78%, and lower poverty incidence by 3.62% in 2031. Initial estimates by Dr. Francis Markimba of the PIDS also notes that while East ASEAN countries stand to benefit the most in terms of increase in exports, the Philippines and Vietnam will gain the most in terms of real GDP due to lower trade costs and higher factory gate prices. Figures may be higher or lower depending on the assumptions and models used, but an improvement in real GDP, no matter how small, is always a welcome development, especially as we seek to reverse the economic slump and have experienced due to the pandemic. In sum, that the fact remains that the findings are positive. Non-participation or delayed participation in RCEP would be detrimental to the Philippine economy, as trade, investment, and other economic opportunities that the RCEP may bring will be diverted to other economies. In 2020, the region represented 51% of Philippine exports, 68% of Philippine imports, and 58% of Philippine investments. A number of our key trading partners and competitors are present in this agreement. And if the Philippines is not part of this FTA, trade and investments would be diverted away from our country to the detriment of our local businesses and peoples because jobs will be lost. As our other countries in the region enjoy the preferential treatment arising from enhanced market access, wider sourcing of raw materials, and strengthened and transparent trading systems, the existing linkages of the Philippines to the global value chain may deteriorate as investors and businesses look to other countries for better economic environment and opportunities. Even our exports could become less competitive, including electronics, which account for 62% of our exports, and even agricultural product exports. As intermediate goods, the inputs used to our agricultural production, for example, and even our other industries, our inputs for further production and manufacturing become more expensive in comparison to our competitors. Estimates by Dr. Cororaton's study also show that overall welfare will decline, real GDP growth will decline, and poverty incidence will increase. Dr. Kimba's estimate also showed that the Philippines' real GDP will decline should the country not join RCEP. If our goal is to strengthen the Philippine economy following the detrimental impacts of COVID-19, non-participation or delayed participation in RCEP is not a strategic move. In enhancing our market access, the Philippines had to, of course, reciprocate the commitments made by other RCEP parties. The Philippines also opened our markets taking into consideration domestic sensitivities, which we have done so in a transparent, consultative, and strategic manner. For instance, in the process of developing the Philippine schedule of tariff commitments, we ensured that our negotiators undertook the necessary research and consultations with relevant government agencies and stakeholders to ensure that the Philippine interests are pushed forward and sensitivities safeguarded. In turn, these agencies have also conducted their consultations with their specific sectoral stakeholders. Through this consultative process, we have come up with a list of products that were specifically excluded. Nasa exclusion list po, nasa sensitive list from tariff liberalization, as these were identified to be products of concern to our stakeholders. In fact, many of these are really the agricultural products excluded for decades already, maraming dekada na, and still excluded until now. Nevertheless, to counter any risk or even threats to injury thereof, and protect the economy and the public from any unforeseen and unwarranted circumstances, we have ensured that our farmers, businesses, and industries will have recourse for safety nets and other flexibilities. These safety nets include trade remedies, safeguard measures, modification of concessions under TIG, and modification of schedule under TIS on services, grace periods to implement new concessions, commitments, among others. Flexibilities, policy space are also secured through the various exceptions provision in the agreement. Okay, and as well as reservations made in the schedule of commitments. And by the way, RCEP provides these trade remedies. We should remember we still have the WTO trade remedies that we can still use. So we have the RCEP trade remedies on top of what we have in the WTO trade remedies. To date, the RCEP region remains to be a strong bastion of economic activities and opportunities. Trade and investment have already shifted to Asia from Europe and Western countries. So now is our chance really to be part of this globalizing environment. RCEP represents 50% of global manufacturing output, 50% of global automotive output, very strong parts of this, 70% of electronics, again, very strong part of this, Philippines, 26% of global value chain, trade volume, 60% gross global value chain for electrical machinery, petroleum, chemicals, textile apparel, metal and transport equipment, 35% contribution to global exports of electronics and machineries, and the main GVC hubs, global value chain hubs of big economies such as South Korea, Japan, and China. Again, these three countries are huge sources of investors, especially for manufacturing and even agri-processing. So given these indicators, we cannot afford to delay or not participate in this free trade deal when all our neighbors in Southeast Asia are reaping the advantages of the agreement. May iwan tayo, makukulela tayo. While we understand the concerns raised by some sectors, it's important that we look at the bigger picture and see what are the opportunities that RCEP can bring to us. In closing, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we have to think big. We are now part of a globalized economy. We are part of the globalized value chain, employing 49 million Filipinos in agriculture, industry, and services. FTAs and liberalization prepare our economic sectors to be globally competitive. The FTA is not new to us, and globalization is not new to us. Started way back in the 90s when we were all young. And we've seen how it goes, and the Philippines is here, strong, very strong. still growing again and I'll get to that, no? Growing by very strongly, especially before the pandemic. Different forms or competitive jobs are created. In light of all this globalization, hindi na wala ang trabaho. Nag-iiba ang forma ng trabaho. Okay? Different forms or competitive jobs are created based on the inherent competitive advantage of the country. Mga kamag-anak natin, may mga trabaho, iba-ibang klase. Okay? Hindi ho nawala. This results in the recent fast growth rates of the total economy, averaging 6.6% before the pandemic. And now we're recovering fast, 4.9% year to date. In fact, our third quarter growth of 7.1%, third quarter of this year, is the fastest in Southeast Asia. Our exports have rebounded very fast, even higher than pre-pandemic levels by 5%. It rebounded 20% growth over last year and 5% versus 2019, pre-pandemic. Even our foreign direct investment, ang ganda ng momentum, we grew 40% year to date, August. And we are even 40% higher than the pre-pandemic level. We are now ranked fourth in Southeast Asia. Before 2016, we were ranked sixth. Okay. We don't want to go back to the rank 6, 7, or 8. We must be doing something right, Mr. Chair. Not joining RCEP or delaying our participation will cause disruption in this momentum. Investments will shy away from the country, not participating, definitely. There will be capital flight and lost investment opportunities. Why? Companies will go to where they have greater ease in trade flows. Thus, jobs will be lost, livelihood destroyed, and poverty will worsen. Can we face the people if this happens? Our economic experts have estimated the economic decline. Let's move on. Let's move on this as a country united towards building globally competitive industries with government providing the needed support to help equip and sharpen the competitiveness of our industries. Mr. Chair, I believe that as we do all this, even in the past, I think what has also been highlighted by our partners in the private sector, in the liberalization moves, we participate in the globalization. But again, the other part of it is government should continue to support local industries. That's very true even in the industry sector. Not only in agriculture. I think this is where we really need to combine the moves in the international scene, globalize our industry, face competition, but at the same time, government should continue to support local industries, whether agriculture, whether industry or services. That is what's needed, Mr. Chair. And that will be taken up in maybe in the budget discussions and other laws that can provide support to these industries. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Lopez. Now we will listen to the presentation of ASEC Alan Hepty of the DTI, which is a combined effort with the DA through ASEC Noel Padre. So only one presentation na. Silang dalawa na po ito. Okay, so those who will ask questions, please prepare because after this presentation, kayo na po ang bibigyan ko po ng floor. Okay, go ahead, ASEC Alan Hepty, with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honors, colleagues in the government and the private sector. Just to provide context in today's discussion, we have prepared a brief presentation to supplement what we have presented during the first hearing. Noting that the focus of the discussion would be on the agricultural sector, basically the flow of this presentation would cover the status of our commitments in RCEP vis-a-vis other ASEAN +1 FTAs and the flexibilities or policy space that we have under this RCEP agreement. So next slide, please. Bear with me if I will give this general configuration of our trade performance. As I have mentioned before, in terms of our trade relation with RCEP participating countries, RCEP region is very important to us because the countries who are participating in this mega free trade deal constitute 52% of our export market. And as far as import source is concerned, basically we source almost 63% of our imports from these RCEP participating countries. Now, one concern raised is the continuing deficit of the country. But for purposes of clarity, next slide, we have analyzed the configuration of this deficit. Next slide, please. And based on the data that we have gathered from 2018 to 2020, we have noted that the bulk of their deficits are intermediate goods and raw materials. And for purposes of analysis, this is positive in the sense that intermediate goods are being used up in the course of production and further manufacturing activities. So in other words, this reflects how active our manufacturing sector is. Next slide. Now, let's take a look on the status of our trade in agriculture. If you will peruse the data from 2018 to 2020, you will note that of the total importations we have, 13% of which constitutes agricultural products. And in this slide, you will note that the bulk of these importations would be on products under Chapter 10, Chapter 21, Chapter 23, Chapter 2, and Chapter 4. Just to give you an idea of what these products are, Chapter 10 basically covers cereals, and that includes wheat and rice. So we import a lot of rice and also wheat. And also, Chapter 21, these are miscellaneous edible preparations in accordance with the chapter. We take a look on some of the products under this chapter, and maybe some examples that would readily be appreciated would be instant coffees. And then chapter 23, we have residues and waste from food industries, prepared animal fodder. So basically, we have flour and other materials being used in food processing. And chapter 2, that means meat and edible meat offals. So offals, these are being used in the processing of meat products such as mga sausages, corned beefs, among others. Okay, next slide, please. So basically, next slide, please. This next slide only shows the coverage of agricultural products based on the chapter under the HS classification. Next slide, please. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. Now the important question is that with respect to these agricultural products that we import, where do we source these agricultural products? Based on our analysis, 52% of the agricultural products that we import basically are sourced from RCEP participating countries. And the breakdown are the following. 33% from ASEAN, you have 9% from China, 5% from Australia, 1% Japan, 1% from South Korea, and 3% from New Zealand. Okay, next slide. Now, for purposes of having a dashboard or at least an overview of the sourcing vis-a-vis the product classification, you will note that for chapter 1, for example, live animals, basically we source them from Australia because it is reflected by the orange bar in the slides. Blue means they are being sourced from ASEAN. And notably, most of these goods are being sourced from ASEAN. That includes cereals, that includes also coffee, tea, under Chapter 9, under Chapter 21, for example, miscellaneous edible preparations, the instant coffee that I have mentioned, and also other countries are just very minimal. For New Zealand, you will notice that we have a green bar there on Chapter 4, and Chapter 4 means dairy produce and natural honey, edible products of animal origin, among others. Okay, next slide. So what's the status in terms of our trade performance on a per chapter basis? And on this slide, you will note that we are in deficit on certain product classification. For chapter 2, for example, we are in deficit because that includes meat and edible offal. That is understandable because these offals are being used by our food manufacturers in the country. On chapter 4, you have dairy produce. So we need milk, dairy products. So we import the same from New Zealand. For chapter 10, as I mentioned, we import rice. So that shows why we are in deficit on chapter 10. Chapter 21, the miscellaneous edible preparation, the instant coffee that I mentioned, we are also in deficit, including beverages and also residues and waste from the food industries. Okay, next slide. So in general, if you will analyze the figures, we are in deficit in our trade in agriculture. And based on the 2018 to 2020 data, our deficit is around 7.2 billion dollars or billion dollars. Okay, next slide. Now, the next question is that what's the configuration of these agricultural products? Are they raw materials, intermediate products, or final products? Again, based on the data, it reflects that 62.49% of these agricultural products that we are importing are basically intermediate goods. Then again, that tells us that these are being used in the production and manufacturing activities here in the country. And for consumption, it accounts to 37.48%. Next slide. Now, on specifics, these are the products that I have mentioned earlier, the chapter 10, 23, 21, 02, and 04. So we are in deficit on this product classification. I will no longer expound on this, Mr. Chair. Next slide. Next slide tells us that while we are in deficit on in our trade in agriculture, still there are a lot of products wherein we have trade surplus. And among them are edible fruit and nuts, peel of citrus fruits under Chapter 8, preparations of meat or fish or crustaceans, vegetables under Chapter 20, tobacco under Chapter 24, Chapter 13, gums, resins, vegetable saps. Chapter 15, animal or vegetable fats. And Chapter 6, on plants, bulbs, roots, among others. So basically, I just want to convey to our stakeholders that still we have good performance on certain product classification in agriculture in terms of trade. Now, next question, next slide please, is that how about farm inputs and farm implements that we use in agricultural production? We have analyzed the data, and again, it tells us that we are highly dependent in terms of sourcing from these RCEP participating countries. Why? Because 74% of our importation of fertilizers are coming from RCEP parties such as China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Korea, Vietnam, and Japan. On agricultural machineries, we source 78% of these machineries from Thailand, China, and Japan. And for agricultural tractors, 85% of which are coming from Japan, China, Thailand, and Malaysia. On insecticides, next slide please, we also source 70% of our insecticides from RCEP parties such as China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and South Korea. So again, that tells us how important RCEP for the Philippines. Next slide. Now, another important question is that what did we offer in the RCEP agreement as far as ASEAN is concerned and the 5 ASEAN free trade partners? Because one observation, and of course, I would say arguments that we received in the process of consultation is that what's it in RCEP that we could not find in ASEAN plus one FTAs because we have already an existing FTAs with these countries. But let's have a broad analysis of the offers. This is only on goods on the basis of tariff liberalization and the captured value of the liberalized tariff. Let's take the case of ASEAN. In ASEAN, under the blue column here, you will note that we have already the ATIGA. And if you will account the extent of tariff liberalization in ATIGA or ASEAN, basically 99.7% of our tariffs have already been liberalized. And that 99.7% tariffs captures 100% of the trade value. Now, in RCEP, what we offered is only 98.1%. So nabawasan siya. And that is understandable because, of course, there are other countries here participating and we have sensitivities. That's why we have to make the necessary calculation. In the case of Australia, we have already an existing ASEAN, Australia-New Zealand FTA. And you will note that 99% of our tariff lines have already been liberalized under this ASEAN plus one FTA, and it covers almost 100% also of the trade value. But in RCEP, it is only 98.1%. Again, same explanation. There are certain sensitivities that you have to take into account in making the offer or commitment. In the case of China, we have an ASEAN-China FTA, and the extent of tariff liberalization is at 99.6%, and it captures 100% of the trade value. But in RCEP, it is only 97.8%, and the captured value is 98.6%. In the case of Japan, under the ASEAN-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the extent of tariff liberalization is only 97.5%, and the captured value is 91.7%. But in RCEP, it has increased to 98%, including the trade value. In the case of Korea, under AKFTA, the extent of liberalization is 97.7%, but in RCEP, it's 97.6%. And trade value-wise, almost 99%. And New Zealand, 99%. In ANSPATA, 98.1% in RCEP. And in terms of trade value, almost 100%. So this means that in RCEP, it doesn't mean that we have opened everything or we have increased the tariff liberalization. It really depends, again, on the commitment made by the other parties. That's why there are certain calculations. There are offers that are better in ASEAN plus one. There are offers that are better in RCEP and vice versa. Next question. Next slide, please. Now, the concern of the agricultural sector is, of course, the tariff protection on their products. But in RCEP, we made sure that these highly sensitive agricultural products, including industrial products, and even, I would say, products that are, I would say, highly political in the sense that they have social significance in the country, we have excluded the same. And if you will peruse the exclusion that we did in RCEP, mostly, almost 10% of which are from agricultural products. So I will no longer discuss this configuration, but here you will note that in agricultural category, most of the products have been excluded. Okay. Next slide. Now, this is the specific breakdown. In the case of agricultural products, just to highlight, we have only a total of 1,718 tariff lines. And again, if you will look at the exclusion here, almost 9 to 10% have been excluded. Okay. The list of these excluded products are uploaded in the RCEP website. And at any given time, we can also provide to you if you need an immediate copy or reference for these excluded products. But just the same, next slide, just to give you an insight of what are these agri products on the basis of description, not necessarily on tariff classification. They are swine meat, fresh, chilled, or frozen, the edible offal of bovine animals, swine, sheep, goats, etc. Poultry meat has been excluded. Potatoes, fresh or chilled. Onion, shallots, garlic, leeks and other eliaceous vegetables, cabbages, cauliflowers, etc. Carrots excluded, lettuce, chicory, sweet potatoes, coffee, maize, rice, cereal growth, meal pellets, rolled or flake grains, tuna, sugar, instant coffee, complete feed for animals. And this list basically was arrived at as a result of our extensive consultation, particularly at the Department of Agriculture. Okay, next slide. Now, what did we get from this RCEP deal from ASEAN Free Trade Partners? Noting that we have an existing ASEAN Plus One FTA. Now, let's have again the same analysis on the basis of tariff liberalization and the trade value that it has captured. In the case of Australia, for example, we have an ASEAN Plus One FTA, the ANSPATA. And in terms of tariff liberalization, it already covered 100% of the tariff lines. But in RCEP, it only covers 99.3%. Again, that is understandable because from the perspective of Australia, other than ASEAN, there are other countries in RCEP. In the case of ASEAN Plus One of China, the ASEAN FTA, we have liberalized 94.6% of the tariff lines. In RCEP, they have liberalized 95.1%. But just the same, as far as ASEAN is concerned, we have captured 99.7 of the trade value. In the case of Japan, under ASEAN Plus One FTA, the tariff liberalization is only 84.5%. But in RCEP, Japan liberalized 92.1% of their tariff lines. But in terms of trade value, we have only captured 83%. But okay lang yan kasi nga may ASEAN-Japan naman tayo, plus in the case of the Philippines, may Philippine-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement tayo. In the case of Korea, the tariff liberalized by Korea is 92.1%. But in RCEP, they have liberalized 96.4%. So tumaas. And the value that we have captured here is 91.5%. So the question is that bakit hindi natin nakuha yung 8.5? Just to give you an idea, yung bulk nito, ito yung bananas. No, hindi nila in-offer sa RCEP because again, maraming ang ASEAN countries that would benefit if they offer the same in this agreement. That's why we pursued, no, to conclude the Philippines-South Korea FTA, and we are happy to report that we have already concluded the negotiation, our bilateral FTA with Korea. And that would basically now fill in the gap on the trade value that we were not able to capture in RCEP. And of course, in New Zealand, the same explanation as that of Australia. So, next slide. Now, just to give you some examples of products wherein the country secured improved tariff concessions under RCEP. So halimbawa, sa China po, yung mga preserved pineapples, pineapple juice, coconut juice. So pwede na po ngayon yan na makapag-export tayo with a preferential arrangement, no, under RCEP. No? In the case of Japan, yung mga fish fillet, pineapple, coffee, sunflower, canned salmon, prepared preserved oyster, mussels, chocolate, no? So makakapag-export tayo ngayon sa Japan, no? With the preferential or enhanced market access. And in the case of Korea, some products of interest, no, for the Philippines that we can export, we have dried salted tilapia, cheddar cheese, papaya, durian, soybean oil, canned tuna, etc. So you can take a look of this presentation. Now, para medyo concrete po yung examples natin, next slide. Halimbawa po, sa Japan, dahil po ngayon, no, lalo na sa South, no, marami ho tayo mga chocolate products ngayon na pinoproduce doon, manufacture, at good to note na high-end na rin yung mga chocolate products natin. So you could just imagine, if you export these products sa Japan via RCEP or the PIGEPA, ang taas po ng taripa niyan, 21.3%. But sa RCEP, we're looking forward na by year 16, magiging zero yan. But in the process, of course, meron din yan gradual reduction. So that's a good signal for our cacao producers and also investors in the manufacturing of chocolate. At isa pa nga diyang maganda is that sa EU, for example, na mataas yung market ng chocolate, meron tayong EU GSP+. So they can take advantage of that if they locate here in the Philippines. Same thing with EFTA countries, no? Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland. So using our FTA with EFTA and integrating it with the RCEP, then they can reap full benefits of manufacturing and exporting chocolate products. Next slide. Papaya. So marami ho tayong papaya, pwede na natin ma-export yan sa Korea na zero tariff, no? So sa AKFTA, that's 24%. So we hope our producers, no, farmers ng papaya, they expand more production. Yun na lang yung ating ita-target ngayon, no, domestically. Next slide. At ganun din sa mga pineapple chunks, no? So maraming mga companies, so we hope that they would expand their facilities here and of course take advantage of this RCEP agreement. Next slide. In addition to this enhanced market access, isa sa pinakamalaking advantage din ng malaking free trade area is that you will have wider area for accumulation of raw materials. So in other words, in terms of sourcing, pwede nating makuha ito dito sa 15 countries, no? So halimbawa, pinag-uusapan lang din namin yung tsokolate. So kung marami tayong kakao ngayon, malaking incentive sa mga kakao producers na wag nyo na siguro i-export na raw yung kakao. I-manufacture na lang natin dito yan, gawin nating chocolate. Pero wala tayong milk, wala tayong dairy, kunin natin sa New Zealand. Yung sugar, kung medyo mura doon, kunin natin sa Thailand. Ganon din yung cocoa butter sa Malaysia. And tapos, export natin sa Japan. And again, as I mentioned earlier, ang market mo dito hindi lang din Japan. Kasi kahit outside the RCEP, like in the case of EU, for example, na may GSP Plus ka, or sa EFTA countries, pwede mo rin yun i-export at a preferential rate. So yan po yung mga advantages na nakikita at dapat makita ng ating mga stakeholders. Next slide. On product-specific rules, there are key products of interest for the Philippines na meron din hong malaking advantage sa atin. Lalo na in the case of canned tuna. So kilala po ang Pilipinas, no, sa tuna, lalo na sa South, no, sa Jensan, sa Davao, and other provinces. So you could just imagine, kahit outside the RCEP region, pwede kang mangisda, pwede mong kunin dun sa Norway, sa Papua New Guinea, dalhin sa Pilipinas, and then export sa RCEP countries. Okay? So again, this will trigger and will put incentives to our manufacturers, no, and processors of tuna here in the country. Next slide. So yun po. Now, what about in other areas po? Kasi po, pag pinag-usapan ng FTA, usually the common notion is that we're just talking about goods or market access. But ngayon po, when you talk about FTA, we're covering not just goods. We're talking about services, we're talking about investments, we're talking about rules and disciplines. Ito po yung mga laws, rules, and regulations for purposes of doing business, no, trade and investment. Kaya mapapansin nyo, may intellectual property chapter, may e-commerce tayo, may competition, sometimes may government procurement pa, and of course ngayon, pa-expand yan ng pa-expand. Now, just to highlight, ano yung pwede mga advantage pa natin on the service sector or area, in RCEP, ang isang offer namin dito is that sa research and development, services on agricultural sciences, tinaasan natin yung commitment that investors here can own up to 51%. So, siyempre, as a rule, 60-40 tayo. So, dito, at least guaranteed that they have 51%. And our law allows that. No? Ang effect lang nito is that, of course, you cannot backtrack because you have this commitment in the FTA. Okay? And again, yung smart agriculture, that will follow. So ito yung mga R&D project natin, Global Acceleration Program, SmartLink, no? And International Local Exposure Assistance Program. Okay? Now, sa SBS naman, next slide, ito yung mga non-tariff measures, no? Mga phytosanitary measures. And usually, these measures are being adopted and implemented to ensure that, of course, we protect human, animal, plant life, or health. And in the process of doing trade, while there is an enhanced market access because we have liberalized the tariffs, sometimes the problems, no, that our stakeholders, lalo na exporters, encounter are ito mga SPS measures, no, and other non-tariff measures. Kasi may mga requirements na kuminsan unreasonable, walang scientific basis. Now, what's the advantage that RCEP offers? Dito, mas elaborate, mas clear ang mechanism by which you can question, no, these measures being imposed by your trading partners. And in the course of consultation, may time bound, no, wherein the other party will have to respond, explain, and then of course, for the concerned parties to resolve the trade issues or concern. So sa iba po mga bilateral FTAs and other FTAs po natin, kung minsan, naging experience po natin dyan, dahil walang time-bound mechanism, walang compelling reason for them to resolve or even answer, medyo nadidribble po. But dito, meron tayong usapan, no, that we have to work on this together. Okay, next slide. So just to give you an idea, yung mga improvements sa RCEP saka sa WTO SPS agreement. So in terms of risk analysis, so complete po, no? Dito sa WTO hanggang risk assessment lang, no? And we still have the audit and import check. So para at least may fallback din tayo whenever we have to question certain importation for that matter. Although dito, ang isa sa mga sinasabi nila is that sa RCEP chapter, hindi kasama sa dispute settlement, no, yung SPS measure. But again, ang sagot diyan is that hindi nga siya kasama, pero again, the fact remains, sa WTO kasama pa rin yan. So we can still question that sa WTO kung gusto natin. And also, dito, pag-uusapan pa rin yan sa review ng RCEP. Baka later on, mapasama na rin. Okay? Next slide. And then of course, meron tayong chapter on economic and technical cooperation. So marami ho rito na pwede tayong makuha from capacity building, technical assistance. So depende na po yan sa pag-implement kasi we have this committee. So may work program, pag-uusapan. At isa sa mga pinupush ho ng Philippines dito sa Ecotech chapter is of course mga programs on capacity building, lalo na sa utilization ng FTAs. Kasi po napakahalaga ho talaga na yung mga stakeholders, exporters are well educated and enlightened how to make use of the FTA, including strategies, formulating of strategies to penetrate other export markets. Okay? Next slide. Ang question is that, paano yan? Kasi we have opened the market and that we will be facing competition in the process. Well, ang sagot po namin dyan is that number one, as discussed earlier, our market is already open. Okay? Taas na po ang liberalization natin. And in fact, dito sa RCEP, mayroong mga instances na nag-restrict tayo, meron tayo nag-improve. But just the same, marami pong flexibilities and policy space sa RCEP. In fact, I would even say na ito na ata ang FTA na pinakamarami ang flexibilities and policy space ng countries. Let's talk about trade remedies. Sa trade remedies, lahat ng trade remedies po sa WTO, applicable, we can always resort to that. That's not a problem po. Kaya yung mga concern po ng mga ibang stakeholders na restrict yung trade remedies natin, that is that is not accurate. Okay? In fact, dito sa RCEP, meron pa tayong isang trade remedies na pinasok, yung RCEP Transitional Safeguard. So in other words, kapag in exceptional circumstances, nagkaroon ng threat, even threat lang to injury of your domestic industry, you can resort to this safeguard measure. At ano yung pwede mong gawin? Pwede mong isuspend yung pag-reduce ng iyong tariff rates or pwede ka mag-impose ng additional duty not lesser than, of course, the MFN, kung ano yung ina-apply mo na rate nung nag-implement ka ng measure or the MFN nung nag-take effect yung RCEP. Okay? Of course, kung gusto mo talagang baguhin yung commitment mo, there's a mechanism also. You can modify your concession. So, kakausapin mo lang yung RCEP parties na pwede ba usap tayo, baguhin ko itong aking commitments. I will make the necessary adjustment. Of course, may process and may compensation kasi papalitan mo rin yan kung ano yung goods na gusto mong i-liberalize in exchange for those goods na gusto mong in a way i-restrict. Yung sa general exceptions, under the WTO, incorporated pa rin yan dito sa RCEP. So again, yung mga flexibilities na yon at any given time, pwede yan ma-avail. Yung security exceptions, again, applicable dito sa RCEP. So wala ho tayong problema dyan. In fact, dito sa security exceptions, if I will just highlight it, mas na-expand pa. Because sa WTO, ang isang instance doon wherein you can exercise security exception is kapag merong international emergency. Dito sa RCEP, kinover namin kahit national emergency. So again, that's an add-on or flexibility plus, for purposes of policy space. And of course, taxation measure given yan, nothing prevents our legislators coming up with taxation measures. And kung talagang nagkaroon ng problema kung sa balance of payment, we can also resort to mga safeguard measures, mga restrictions sa import, export, kung nagkakaproblema ka sa monetary policy mo because of balance of payment. Okay. So, yun lang po. I hope yung mga group natin of farmers na nag-aalala, again, rest assured po, that in terms of flexibilities and policy space, they are well covered. Now, Another important question is, syempre, next slide, yung mga programs ng government. Okay? Because, of course, we have to make sure that our domestic industry, our companies here are also competitive, no? Because as we open our market, their markets are also being open. So we create opportunities, they create opportunities. So isa lang ito sa mga marami, no? Ito nakalagay sa slide ng mga programs po ng, in particular, yung DTI. So yung doing business in free trade areas, that's an ongoing campaign. So basically, ini-educate po natin dito yung mga businesses, no? How to avail and utilize these various free trade areas. And of course, if necessary, yung strategy. Saan mo isosource yung mga raw materials mo, saan mo ibebenta. Of course, yung Halal Export Development Program, which is also a big market. We have the Regional Interactive Platform for Philippine Exporter Plus, or we call the RIPOL Plus. So yung Export Management Bureau po sa DTI, aggressively pinopromote ito. And of course, no, Inclusive Innovative Industrial Strategy. Napaka-importante pong program because as you have observed, ang direction po ngayon ng economic development is towards not just technological advancement, but also even more innovative and even creative economy. So dito po, pinapasok po namin yon yung program na yan. Yung shared services facilities, this is a very important project, no? We would like to see na ito mag-expand pa ito kasi ang purpose dito is that yung mga micro, small and medium enterprises na wala silang facilities, equipment, lalo na sa, let's say, preservation ng food or food processing for that matter or packaging, meron silang pwedeng magamit. So in that case, kung ma-expand natin to, mas manalo sila magiging competitive. Itong ease of doing business, mas continuing as much as possible, sinisimplify natin yung mga processes in setting up business and also operations, no, of business. Export Competitiveness Program, the Sea Trades Philippines Hub, Startup Pilipinas. Ito yung mga startup programs natin, no? Para yung mga innovators natin and startup companies will be properly assisted. Now, what about in the case of agriculture? Of course, ang Department of Agriculture, marami rin ho silang programs. And next slide. On this particular set of programs, Mr. Chair, I'd like to give the floor to ASEC Noel Padre to explain these programs being implemented by the department. ASEC Noel?
Sige, ASEC Padre, please recognize.
Thank you, ASEC Alan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Indeed, there are programs being implemented by the Department of Agriculture that may be able to help expand our agricultural exports. For example, itong nasa right-hand side nitong slide natin, there are initiatives by our Agribusiness and Marketing Assistance Service para to push agricultural exports by our agri-sector. Ito po, nagko-conduct po sila ng they participate in national and international trade fairs as well as conduct business missions abroad, tsaka market matching activities. This is a regular program by the Department of Agriculture. Kaya lang nagkaroon ng problema ngayong yung mga missions natin abroad nagkaroon ng problema ngayong nagka-pandemic. Pero this is a regular program by the DA to assist our exporters. And then to implement yung Department of Agriculture's initiatives to modernize, to industrialize, and para ma-intensify yung ating agri-fishery export drive kasi you will recall na nung pumasok si Secretary Willie Dar sa DA, meron siyang set of strategies that he was pushing. Kasama ho dito yung consolidation, export promotion, and itong mga nasa right-hand side po are the some of the activities that were initiated to support itong initiatives ni Secretary. And kasama ho dito yung strategy, to promote to improve the extension system in agriculture and to utilize yung province-led agriculture and fishery extension system. And this is the objective of this is to strengthen the collaboration between DA and local government units, pati yung mga academe at saka private sector, para madala sa grassroots yung extension services. Kasi when the agri-sector was devolved, yung extension services was devolved, nagkaroon ng gap between the national programs at saka yung local programs, and this activity intends to bridge that gap. And yung gusto mangyari dito sa PAFES, the province will serve as an extension hub that will synchronize agri plans and programs. And it will orchestrate yung activities of the various stakeholders. And yung role ng DA will be to co-plan, co-invest, co-implement, and co-monitor priority projects in the provinces, particularly as they embark in commodity specializations to maximize comparative advantage. Ito po yung para po ma-improve yung capability ng ating farmers to produce, to process, at saka maging mas malaki sila. I-consolidate sila ng DA para magkaroon ng economies of scale. And then we are also implementing itong agri-industrial business corridors that will provide farmers and fisher folks access to resources with fisheries management areas, trading posts, including state-of-the-art production technology, hatcheries, yung mga sa input side po para ma-improve po yung source ng ating agri and fishery sector. And then value-adding activities din po and facilities kasama ho dito sa program nitong ABCs. Sa ngayon po, there are, I think, 2 ABC sites sa atin, sa New Clark City at saka dito sa Bikutan. And we are also still planning to add more ABCs. And then we also have loading programs to the ACPC to provide financing for micro and small agribusinesses through agri-negosyo loan programs. Ito po, this will finance income-generating activities such as production, processing, or marketing of agri-fishery products para sa maliliit na businesses. Meron din pong interventions, loan programs para sa agri-entrepreneurs, yung KAYA program natin, para makapag-participate din yung ating young farmers dito sa agri and fishery sector. So ito po sumusuport dun sa consolidation or clustering initiative ni Secretary para ma-professionalize na rin yung ating agri-sector, para pag na-consolidate mo sila, nagsama-sama, we have a cluster of farmers or fisher folks or livestock raisers, they will be able to operate on larger scale para ma-facilitate yung sourcing nila ng inputs, makapag-consolidate sila at mag-market ng kanilang produce, or pwede rin silang mag-process on their own, magkaroon sila ng value-adding activities, and ultimately sana maka-contribute sila sa export promotion ng ating agri and fishery sector. So ito po these are some of the activities para maka-contribute sa export promotion ng agri and fishery sector, and ultimately sana will take advantage of the market access na na-create through the yung mga na-negotiate, ini-implement natin na free trade agreements, kasama ho itong RCEP. Ito, hindi lang ho limited dito, may mga ibang activities pa. And we will continue to implement and seek more funding for these activities. Sa ngayon po, for example, yung sa PAPES, merong funding dito, nandun sa ating mga regional field units. And dito sa yung mga loan programs, I hope madagdagan yung funds ng ating Agricultural Credit Policy Council para mas lumawak pa yung reach nitong ating loan programs para sa sector natin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ASEC Padre. ASEC Hepti, you still have some slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, continue.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. So, we'll just summarize. So, these are the points that we have to take note of from this presentation. One is that 13% of our total imports are agricultural products. 52% of these imports are sourced from the RCEP region. And most of these agricultural imports are cereals, meat, and edible offal dairy produce, among others, which we need. No? Mainly, yung supply po natin ng products such as pork, chicken, beef, cara beef, and corn are still sourced locally. So we can say na competitive pa rin po yung mga local producers and farmers natin of these products. Next, with or without RCEP, most of the agricultural products are already liberalized under existing ASEAN Plus 1 FTAs. Okay, next slide. And again, in terms of farm inputs, take note, 74% ng ating fertilizers nanggagaling sa RCEP parties, 78% of our agricultural machineries from RCEP parties, 85% of our tractors are coming from these RCEP parties, and when it comes to insecticide, 70% dito galing din sa RCEP parties.
Mr.
Next
Chair?
slide. Next slide.
Sorry.
Okay, excuse ASEC Hepti. Who is calling my attention, please?
Sorry, Committee Chair Coco, this is Amy.
Senator Marcos, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might forget, and the presentation is rather copious. I was going to ask lang, kasi parang iba yung datos ng DA. May sinabi yung DA na karamihan ng top 10 agri-fishery imports are actually mainly sourced from non-RCEP. But you are saying, ASEC, that they are in fact within RCEP anyway. So parang hindi pareho yung datos ninyo ng DA.
Sige, we will give ASEC Padre time to research on the question of
Okay.
Senator Marcos.
Oo,
Tapusin
at
lang
saka
niya.
konsultahin na lang ninyo yung DA para pareho tayo.
Okay, take note. Nakuha mo ba, ASEC Noel? Just take note, then answer after the presentation of ASEC Hepti. If you
Sorry,
clarify.
thank
Sige,
you.
tapusin lang ma'am itong last 3 slides na yata si ASEC Hepti.
Okay.
Sige, thank you. Go ahead, ASEC Hepti.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just continue with the summary po. So again, in RCEP, highly sensitive agricultural products are still protected by tariffs as they have been excluded from the commitments. In RCEP, improved market access were secured in other countries such as Korea, Japan, no? Yung mga papaya, durian, mangosteen, guava, etc. In RCEP, improved market access were secured also in China for canned pineapples, pineapple juice, coconut juice. Also, no agricultural products were offered for improved market access concession for ASEAN and Japan in RCEP. Okay? So, in other words, mas naging reserve po tayo. For Australia and New Zealand in RCEP, the Philippines only offered 9 tariff lines for improved market access concession. Pero in these countries, marami rin pong opportunities kasi yung ibang agri-products natin, zero. Halimbawa po, yung carrots excluded sa atin, but we can sell carrots to them. Next slide. So basically po, if you will summarize po yung benefits ng RCEP, para ma-laymanize lang po, sabi namin, tandaan lang yung 4 Cs. The first C is it offers cheaper costs. Cheaper because you have zero or reduced tariff rates when you import raw materials, intermediate goods, no? And also, because of the simplified rules of cost and customs procedures in RCEP, it will create, of course, less cost, no? Or it will trigger less administrative cost for business and trade. Ngayon, yung second C po, it offers convenience kasi marami po mga trade facilitative measures in RCEP. So, business-friendly siya sa mga exporters and trader. Halimbawa na lang po, yung release ng goods within 48 hours from arrival and lodgement of the complete documents at comparable within 6 hours. And also, yung mga RCEP parties will have to modernize their Bureau of Customs or Customs Authority. And then of course, yung consultation po kanina na time-bound, so may clear process, may clear mechanism, ma-address natin. And not to mention, no, yung mga preferential arrangement pa na nakuha natin. Yung third C po is of course yung competitiveness. So marami hong mga producers, stakeholders natin, next slide, no, will now have the opportunity to sell their products in a bigger market. And I think I have enumerated some of them which are of key interest for the country. But more than this enhanced market access, tandaan po natin, marami rin pong areas na napasama sa RCEP. Katulad na lang po ng e-commerce and digital economy. Because of the pandemic, na-intensify po, yung mga online transactions natin. And it's very important that in the RCEP region, we have clear rules when it comes to doing business online. Okay? Ano ba yung mga trade facilitation measures? How do we recognize yung mga electronic documents? No? And how do we create environment of trust in the digital environment? And also, yung protection din ng data, the privacy aspect, the confidentiality aspect, and of course, yung flexibilities natin on securities and other legitimate public policy objectives. Competition policies are embedded in RCEP, so meaning the RCEP parties are mandated to create their own competition authorities and implement competition policies. Sa atin po, wala tayong problema kasi okay na po tayo dyan. May PCC na tayo. And of course, IP protection and enforcement. And the last C po, yung complementation, which is very important to implement. Kailangan talaga din na aligned yung policies natin sa RCEP with our domestic policies. And as I explained earlier, marami po tayo mga programs and projects that support our objectives in RCEP. So again po, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair and your honors and colleagues.
Thank you for that, Sec Hefty and Sec Padre, no, for that joint presentation. Let's now answer the question of Senator Marcos. What did Asik Hefty say about agricultural products, and then what did Asik Padre say about agricultural products na sabi niyang inconsistent? Do you remember? Parang ganun yung andiyan pa ba si Ivy?
Yes, andito ako. Andito ako,
Ay,
Coco.
Sorry,
Hindi,
Ivy, we cannot see you. Sige, please restate your question, ma'am, para masagot nila.
yeah, sorry kasi ang pagkasabi ng Department of Agriculture, yung tariffs for many of the Philippines' top 10 agri-fishery imports are actually not going to be eliminated because these imports are mainly sourced from non-RCEP countries. However, sinabi ng ating ASEC from DTI sa kanyang presentation that they're in fact from RCEP countries and already covered by ASEAN +1. So I'm a little bit confused. Is it RCEP or non-RCEP yung karamihan ng top 10 agri-fishery?
Asik Padre, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Amy. Indeed, we said na yung tariffs for many of the Philippines top 10 agri-fishery imports were eliminated under RCEP, but the importation of these products are already duty-free under the ASEAN +1 FTAs. And then we said that besides, many of these products are mainly sourced from non-RCEP member countries like the US and the EU.
Yes.
With this, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, we meant yung the two tariff, yung mga kasama sa top 10 imports natin, kasama ho dito yung feed wheat and food wheat, which are sourced mainly from non-RCEP parties. And then yung soybean oil cake that's used for feeds in the livestock sector.
Yeah, it's all US.
That's again mainly sourced from non-RCEP countries. And then I think boneless beef, we also import from mainly from non-RCEP countries. Although yung Cara beef natin are sourced from India, pero hindi na ho siya naging party sa RCEP. So those products, those are the products that we meant that are mainly imported from non-RCEP countries, Mr. Chair.
I see. Are those the same products that that our DTI ASEC was referring to?
Yes, Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think wala naman pong conflict. The way I understand the explanation of ASEC Padre is that for those mga agri-products that we import, wherein mataas po no, yung importation natin, like wheat, for example, or flour, no, zero na rin po sila sa mga existing ASEAN Plus 1 FTAs natin. Pero in terms of sourcing po, ang
They're
sinasabi
not
lang po nila is
ASEAN.
that
They're
sa
not
other countries
ASEAN
po
source.
nanggagaling.
I'm
So,
sorry, ASEC.
Yes, ma'am.
Wheat, flour, soybean, beef, and Cara beef are non-ASEAN source.
po na source maliit. Maliit man. So, halimbawa po kanina sa slide, kung meron nag-indicate na doon na deficit, pero yung bulk ng deficit doon, hindi mainly contributed by RCEP parties. Kasi nga po, sabi ni Asik Noel, sa other countries po, sinosource. So dito po sa atin, 52% lang po kasi in general nanggagaling sa RCEP countries, sa agri-products po.
Yes, so what we're saying basically, therefore, ASEC, is that wala naman impact yung RCEP kasi non-RCEP signatories naman ang mga ito.
Yung sa source po na ibang countries, in terms of sourcing po, siyempre, hindi ho mag-a-apply yung RCEP po doon sa mga countries na hindi kasama po
Yes,
dito.
that's right.
Yes,
So
po.
that's in fact what you were talking about. I think that's that was the concern. I think the bigger concern kasi was with meat and fish and so on. Kasi ang laki talaga ng disparity sa tariffs eh.
Senator Amy, I'll give you more time. You can ask your
Yes,
question.
please,
It's
please
your
carry on.
turn now.
I think we have a lot of resource persons who are reacting in the chat. I think there's from Philippine Maize, from Chimkiangco Group. There are a lot of reactors, so perhaps they can highlight and detail this later on.
Sige po. Sige po. So I can now recognize them, ma'am. Okay ka na?
Yes, please.
For the moment, sige. Okay, so I have been given a list by our COMSEC, not less than 14. Okay?
Oh, no.
Persons will be asking questions. We will give them 5 minutes each, so more than an hour na yon from the questioning alone. So nasa sa inyo na po yung pagsasagot. You discipline yourselves in the length of your answers to the questions. Ganun na lang po ha. Sige, to those who are going to ask question, or who are to be given 5 minutes, you can use your time to ask a question, express a sentiment, refute a statement. Kayo na pong bahala doon. That's the 5 minutes given to you by the committee. Without prejudice to submitting pa a written addendum to position papers or original position papers. Habang may time, please submit para habang may oras pa po ang committee to review everything. Okay, so this is the order. Okay, given to me. Basahin ko mabilis, then Mr. Kainglet, Attorney Insyong, Mr. Ordonez, Mr. Leonardo Montemayor, Mr. Raul Montemayor, Mr. Joseph Puruganan, 6 na yon. Then number 7, Mr. Mata, Mr. Pascual, Mr. Chincuanco, Mr. Montinola, Mr. Lo, then number 12 na ito, Attorney Salvador, Mr. Castillo, and then number 14, Mr. Navarro. Okay, so we can start. Ready na po? Ready na po kayo? Sir, kayo, do you need to take a break? Kayo, okay lang tayo? Sige. Yes. Okay, so we will start with Mr. Jason Kainglet of the Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura or SINAG. So you have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, Senator Pimentel. Good morning, Senator Amy. Can I screen share? Sec? Pwede po ba
Yes,
mag-screen
yes.
share?
Allow screen sharing, please.
Thank you. Para po mabilis nating maibahagi yung mga gusto nating sabihin. Nakikita na po ba? Sorry ah. Is it being seen? Sorry, hindi ko makita ang...
The
Okay.
delay should not be counted in the time of the of the questionnaire. Ha? Okay, ayan na. Ready na, sir. Ready na.
Okay, so, okay. Actually, we only need a minute, Your Honors. Pero we have to go back kasi when we argue our arguments. Kasi ang pinipresent ng DA and DTI are scholarly studies, quote-unquote. So, our first question actually is with regards whatever happened to these rosy projections that the same economists, the same group of people were telling us 27 years ago. 1994, during the accession to the WTO debates dito rin sa Senado, these were the projections. Increase in annual agricultural export earnings by at least 3.4 billion. Taon-taon yan ha. Increase in annual gross value added, GVA ng agriculture by 60 billion. Creation of 500,000 jobs annually. And lastly, improving balance of trade in agricultural products. Yung tanong ni Senator Amy kanina, actually ma'am, pag nabasa natin to, regardless kung RCEP or non-RCEP ka talagang talo ang agrikultura. Our question now is, why was there such a contrast between those rosy projections and the dismal outcomes? 27 years into the WTO, wala po yung promised remarkable growth. Wala po yung sinasabing ganansya sa trade, production output, and employment. These are the data from Philippine Statistics Authority. 90 to 2002, BAS pa sila, no? Bureau of Agricultural Statistics. These are the undisputable data. Prior to our accession sa WTO, sorry malita kasi mahaba yung time span, we were having a positive balance of trade sa agriculture until 1994. From 500 billion hanggang 1994. And not by accident, but by design ng WTO, from 1995 to 2020, last year, negative po ang ating trade balance agriculture. Sinasabi may pandemic 2019, 2020, but look at 2018. It's negative $7 billion ang ating balance of trade sa agriculture. Negative po from a positive balance of trade pre-WTO years, ngayon po negative, true and true. Second, data. Ang sabi sa WTO, meron tayong creation of jobs agriculture by at least 500,000 annually. Look at our data. Employment percentage natin sa agriculture was 50% prior to WTO. Look at the data now. Last year, nasa 24% lang. Imagine ang nawalang empleyo sa agriculture. Lumalaki population natin, pero yung employed sa agriculture sector bumaba ng 2 million persons. 2 milyong tao ang nawala ng hanap buhay. Not by accident, but by the very design of our opening up the economy. So number 1, negative balance of trade. Number 2, bumagsak ang employment sa agriculture. Number 3, statistics. Prior to WTO, mataas pa yung ating budget allocation sa agri vis-a-vis national budget. Umabot pa ng 5% yan, early 90s, late 80s. Look at our data for the last 2 years. 1.57% and 1.5%. Bagsak ang ating pagsuporta sa agriculture. Ito napakahalagang data. Table number 4, magkano ang share ng agriculture sa ating GDP? Forget all about the scholarly speculations or scholarly projections that DTI were citing. Ito, napakasimple. Prior to WTO, yung percentage ng agriculture sa GDP was as high as 25 to 30%. But look at our data now. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, not even 10%. Yun lang sa apat na aspeto na yon. Anong nangyari? Balance of trade, employment, percentage ng budget, and lastly, yung
You have
GDP
1 minute, sir.
contribution.
You have 1 minute
Okay.
pa. Sige pa. Apa.
So, tamang-tama, nandyan si ASEC Hefty, si ASEC Padre, just answer the questions. Yung projections 27 years ago, ano nangyari? Export earnings, how much? Gross value added, how much? Additional jobs, how many? Improved balance of trade, meron? Obviously, wala. If the answers to these questions are not in the positive, sorry, not yan, are not in the positive, then why would we want to further cripple the agriculture sector by joining RCEP? Sinabi nyo, liberalize na tayo. So, ba't pa tayo sasali given all this data? These are PSA, government, official records. We appeal to our senators. Baka ngayon, ang pakinggan naman natin ay ang sektor ng agrikultura. Tama na muna tayo sa mga experts na wala namang pananagutan kung walang projections nila. Nag-sorry ba sila? Have they even apologized to the Filipino people for their very wrong projections? We appeal to you, Your Honor, Senator Coco, Senator Amy. Sana ang mapakinggan naman ngayon ay ang sektor ng agrikultura. Hindi naman yung mga experts na nangungutang sa pananim. Hindi naman yung mga experts na namang problema na dahil tumaas ang urea. Hindi naman sila nag-aalaga ng baboy. Hindi naman sila
Wind up, sir.
nagagatas ng
Mr.
palay.
Kainglet. Mr. Kainglet, please wind up.
Yeah. So, yun lang po.
Okay, sige.
We want to appeal na at this time, pakinggan natin yung data and pakinggan natin ang sector and not those rosy projections again na
Sige
pinapresent
po.
ng DTI and DA. Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
and good
Thank
day.
you. Sige, reaction from our resource persons physically present. And then kung meron mang resource person virtually present, just raise your hand so that our COMSEC will call my attention. Any reaction from sino may institutional memory dyan?
Ako yung pinakamatanda. So, wala pa ako sa...
Ilang years, teka, isa-isahin natin si ASEC, Padre, ilang years ka na sa agriculture? Ilan? Ha? 32. Oh, meron ka, ASEC FT sa DTI.
2018 lang po ako nag-join.
2018 ka lang.
Bago,
Sige, so
nasa law
Secretary
school pa ako
Lopez,
nun.
Secretary Lopez wants to
I
react
mean,
now.
so regardless of age, Mr. Chair, masabi ko lang dito with those data, it's also very clear, again, as I mentioned in the opening statement, that participating in mga globalization efforts like this is not should not be taken in a vacuum. It has to go with the support that's being also mentioned. I mentioned that also, Mr. Chair. It's very important na kasabay dito sa pag liberalize is that yung suporta ng gobyerno dun sa mga sectors, whether or not kasama or affected ng mga pinapasok natin in treaty, should always be there. Kaya yung budgetary support to support the productivity and competitiveness of this sector is very important. Again, sinabi ko nga, hindi lang to sa agriculture, even sa industry. Kasi pagka hindi natin din nasuportahan yan, maapektuhan naman talaga kahit anong sector yan. And ang mangyayari dyan, with no other support and exposing everything to a globalized environment, the resources will really go to sectors where we have the comparative advantage. And that's the reason why we saw in the past 2 to 3 decades the shifting towards services. Kasi labor, we're a service-oriented country. So even, I would say, even in the industry, maraming industry rin na naapektuhan. Merong mga nakapag-innovate at nag-survive. That's the story of yung siguro kung itatrack natin yung industrialization path. Because we were really exposed to globalization early on, before our time here. Kaya ho, and that's the reason why if there was an effort to, I mean, at that point na nag-WTO, yung kasabay ng agriculture support, industry support should have been there. My recollection, base sa kinikwento sa akin ng parents ko, ay merong support yung agriculture dapat part ng WTO. Parang RCEP pa yata ang tawag doon. May F yung huli, hindi P, Mr. Chair. So yun talaga yung funds meant to support the agri sector, which at that time was subjected to greater competition. And partly also, the WTO, as we are seeing now, may part dyan na pag nililiberalize, especially in sensitive products, di ba merong dyan pinasok yung mga minimum access volume, yung mga higher tariff for out quota, lower tariff for in quota, yung mga ganong arrangement. Those were put there, and the funds generated there are meant will go to that revenue fund, RCEP, that will support the agri. So yun ang kailangan i-trace back. Those were the funds that are supposed to help the agriculture. Now, what I'm just trying to say also, Mr. Chair, is that as presented a while ago also by Asek Alan, yung mga issue na nire-raise dito, WTO yon, and we should continue to address that. Pero wag natin paapektuhan yung RCEP na pinakita naman na hindi naman tayo nag-offer ng mas malaki. In fact, mas mababa pa yung in-offer na agriculture dito sa RCEP. So let that not be a reason na i-hostage mo yung RCEP dahil dito sa mga kakulangan na nangyari dun sa in the past. Balikan natin yon, and ibang solusyon yon. Lagyan natin ng suporta yung affected na sectors na yan para talagang makabawi yung mga nandyan sa sector. But definitely, on the overall economy, nakita natin yung movement ng trabaho. Kasi nga kung wala yung support na yon, it will go to the sectors where we have the advantage. And ating economy continued to grow at ang ating poverty incidence continued to go down before the pandemic. In fact, nahit na during the Duterte administration, yung tinarget na 14% na poverty incidence. So ibig sabihin, nagkatrabaho pa rin yung mga kababayan natin. Lumakas din ang ating exports, binanggit ko yung mga export load natin kanina, pero naging iba nga lang ang mix ng ating ine-export. Sa service exports, we're really a trade surplus pagdating sa service. Sa goods, yes, because hindi tayo trade surplus, but we have imports that are contributing to the operation ng ating mga manufacturers dahil over 50% ay mga intermediate goods. So, ganun naman ang nangyari, Mr. Chair. As we see through our data, our economic growth continued, 6.6% average growth. Unemployment has gone down to 4.5 to 5%. Yun nga lang, sa ibang sektor na pupunta. O, kaya kung kailangan nating balikan yung suporta na dapat binigay sa agri, balikan natin yon. Pero ituloy natin itong RCEP kasi talagang we're already part of this. At yung RCEP, again, yung sa agriculture continued to be sort of protected. Nasa exclusion list, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr.
Montemayor,
Chair,
you have your 5 minutes later, so pwedeng yung opinion mo, i-express nyo na lang po sa time ninyo, Mr. Montemayor. So, Senator Marcos, please.
no, just very quickly, that was my part of my opening statement. I'm in full agreement that globalization requires many efforts. Among them is that you don't only open access to all sorts of products without providing local support for the industries to be impacted. Ang problema dito sa RCEP, ang effectivity dito, January 1, 2022, bukas makalawa na yan. Paano kaya natin mapapagtibay ang lahat ng mga support na kinakailangan ng ating lokal na magsasaka?
Secretary.
Quick answer lang po, Senator Amy. Dito po as presented, wala ho tayong binaba na taripa more than what is already there when it comes to the agriculture. So it will be continuing as far as RCEP is concerned starting January 1. And if ever merong mga ibang produkto na nasama dyan, it's in the process of gradual reduction. Hindi po agad-agad ito binubuksan. And as reported po, over 99 or 98% have been already liberalized. So wala po talaga tayong nadagdag na RCEP compared to what is already present, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, with all due
okay.
respect, the secretary, our friend and ally in many of our efforts, Secretary Mon, wala nga po na bawas, ngunit wala rin naman dinagdag sa agriculture. Yun ang problema. Wala nang binawas, pero business as usual ang agriculture, samantalang yung dagok ng pagpasok ng kung ano-anong produkto sa ating mga sariling produkto at magsasaka ay napakabigat. So wala rin naman tulong, wala rin naman yung local support. Sige pa rin yung taas ng presyo ng mga inputs. Yan po yung problema. Thank you.
Sige po.
Okay, and
Yung pong nadagdag po na benepisyo, pinisend po yung market access on other agriculture produce that we have. And then secondly po, nakadepende rin po kami sa Kongreso, sa Senado, yung support po ng budget dito po sa mga sector na ito na nababanggit natin, agriculture and manufacturing. Salamat po.
yung answers mo ninyo, you can also supplement in writing, ha? Kung
Yes,
sakali
yes,
sa
Mr.
questions
Chair.
na sinag.
Ah.
Tapos bibigyan natin sila ng kopya. DTI pa, sige, ASEC Hefty. Pero tatanungin ko rin ng DA kung may reaction kayo ron sa sinag questions. ASEC Hefty, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to share insights on the question of Jason po kanina, just to give context po, because I'm just trying to figure out that yun nga po yung tanong niya is that what happened daw to those rosy predictions, no? When we were working on our accession sa WTO, yung 3.4 billion export earnings na annually dapat mapunta sa agriculture, yung gross value added na 60 billion and jobs generation. Siguro po I'll just answer or share my insights on two aspects. One is that on the aspect of sinasabi niya materialization of the projections made. So kung naging accurate ba 'yon or nangyari. And the second would be the realization of gains from the country's participation in the WTO and other free trade agreements. On the first aspect po, on the materialization of the projection, siguro bear with me if I will be a bit academic. Because of course, in making assumptions, making projections, siyempre po, in economic parlance po, is that usually the other variables, they're assumed to be constant. But in the real world, there are so many variables. Kaya nga po in Latin, tawag nila doon, ceteris paribus. So in making assumptions, so yun po yung because it's really difficult to factor in all those variables. So in 1994, there were such projections. But again, we know what happened. After WTO, 1997, for example, there was an Asian financial crisis. So basically, that affected all assumptions made in 1995. Yun po yung academic. On the issue naman po of gains because of the country's participation in the WTO and other free trade agreements, of course, there's no mathematical formula to determine the same. But again, there are so many factors that contributed to our economic development. And there are many indicators that we can resort to. So I'll just cite some examples po for purposes lang po of clarity. Halimbawa, if in 1994, our GDP per capita was at $1,679, 2004 or 10 years after, naging 2017 po yon. 10 years after, naging 2,866 and now halos nag 3,000 tayo. Sa GDP growth rate, before WTO, that's 4.1%. And then, yun nga, nag-increase na yan, 2004, nag 6.6%, hanggang 2019, nag 6.4%, at ngayon, siyempre, we're hitting 7%. Poverty incidence po, in 1994, based on the data that we have gathered, it was 40.60% in 1994. In 2003, naging 24.9%. And then 2015, naging 21.6%, 2019, 20%. Yung nga lang, nagka-pandemic. Unemployment rate din po is that 9.5% po noong 1994. Tapos, noong 2014, nag 6.8%, 2019, 2019, naging 5.1%. So, what I'm just trying to point po is that marami pong indicators that we have to factor in. We should not just zero in on agricultural sector. Marami rin po, may services, may industry, etc., which all contributes to our economic development. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Disiplina rin tayo sa pagsagot, ha? Kasi kung 30 minutes per questionnaire tayo, 14 ito, 7 hours ito. Pero kailangan marinig natin ang DA kasi ang question agricultural jobs, 500,000 annually, yun ang promise. So, can we hear from the DA, Asik Padre?
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pero on that matter, the promises that were expressed before our accession to the WTO, wala akong may comment doon, Mr. Chair, unless magkaroon ng study para ma-establish kung ano talaga yung nangyari doon sa mga promises na yon. Pero on the issue na sinabi ni Mr. Jason on the trade balance, that after accession to the WTO, our trade balance ay naging negative. Nangyari talaga ho yun. Kasi prior to the WTO, we were net food exporting country. In fact, kaya tayo naging member ng Cairns Group ay dahil dyan, net food exporting country tayo. Pero when we liberalized in 1995, 1996, nagkaroon nga ho ng increase sa importation. Pero I think yung importation, for example, nakita ko yung importation ng corn ay tumaas. These are inputs to the sector, to the agri sector. Previously, merong quantitative restriction ito, pero na-open through WTO. And yung mga livestock raisers natin, pwede na silang mag-source ng corn from the outside. Nagkaroon din ng increase ng importation natin ng other agri products, maybe tulad ng wheat at saka soybean meal due to the liberalization of the sector. Kaya lang kaakibat nito yung ibang produkto na sensitive, tumaas din yung importation. Kaya yung hindi lang inputs, kaya talagang naging negative yung ating trade balance. And naalala ko, sir, since 33 years na ako sa Department of Agriculture, pero wala pa ako sa policy noong nagkaroon ng WTO. Alam ko merong GATT adjustment measures na dapat in-implement when we joined the WTO, when we acceded to the WTO. Pero as far as I know, the adjustment measures that were proposed by the executive ay they were not completely implemented, if implemented at all. Even nung na-issue yung AFMA, the Agri and Fishery Modernization Plan, which I think is part of the GATT adjustment measures, merong provision doon to fund the AFMA annually. I think for the first year it was 17 billion on top of the regular budget of the Department of Agriculture, and then 20 billion after the first year. I think it was not completely funded. So the GATT adjustment measures that were supposed to be implemented to cushion the effects of the WTO to the sector ay hindi na implement. So siguro ito yung naging nag-contribute sa why we became a net importer of food rather than maging exporter continue to be a net exporter of food. Pero I think Mr. Chair, mas ma-establish ho yan kung magkaroon ng in-depth study para makita natin kung ano talaga naging effect ng ating liberalization ng agri-sector.
Pero pwede ba yung sinagot mo ngayon na ASIC Padre to be supplemented by siguro written inputs from your department, from the mother unit na, the department? Sagutin niyo yung na sinag. Ano naman sinag? 3 to 4 questions na naman sinulat nila ron eh. Kung
Yes.
pwede po in writing.
Yes, we will, Mr. Chair.
Sige po. So, and then automatic na sa atin na COMSEC. Once we receive the supplemental answers in writing, bigay na sa lahat. Ganun na lang. Automatic na po yung para makuha. Okay, on the same questions raised by SINAG, ASIC, Nike, Tutay of the Labor, Department of Labor and Employment will have some input. Yes, ASIC, Nike, are you still online?
Yes, Mr.
Sige, go
Chair.
ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. On the employment aspect lang po, we support po yung earlier statement of Secretary Mon Lopez that indeed, because the global labor market is really changing, and therefore the sectors that are winners in terms of employment have also changed. So it's not just about agriculture now, but it's agribusiness, and therefore some of the employment find its way, sir, in other industries or sectors such as manufacturing, and also we have winner sectors like construction and information and communications technology. When it comes naman po to labor rights and social protection, where ito naman din yung kailangan na suportaan po ng ating mga hanay ng mga manggagawa, we need to ensure, Mr. Chair, that DOLE is compliant in the 8 core labor standards of the International Labor Convention. While there is no labor provision in the current RCEP, RCEPA, ini-ensure naman po natin na tayo ay compliant kapag kinakailangan po or tinitingnan at ina-assess ang labor rights and working conditions ng ating mga manggagawa. Thirdly, Mr. Chair, moving forward in other free trade agreements, there is now conscious effort among trading partners na tinitingnan na rin po nila yung compliance natin sa international labor conventions, and therefore in the future free trade agreements that we will be negotiating, meron po siyang mga labor component. That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Asik Tutay. Let's now go to the second resource person who wants to ask questions. Attorney Elias Jose Insyong of the United Broiler Raisers Association, or UBRA. Are you online, sir? Comsec, just find out if Attorney Insyong is ready. If not, I can proceed to the next one.
Okay, Your Honor.
Yan, okay. Yes, Attorney. Okay. Attorney Insyong, go ahead.
Your Honor, just in case I'm cut off, I'm in a place where the signal is very unstable. Raul Montemayor will take over. I prepared the statement just in case.
Sige po, go
Your
ahead.
Honor. With your kind permission, sir, I would like to address my questions to ASEC Padre, ASEC or USEC Padre. ASEC Padre, am I correct? RCEP is in the nature of a regional trade agreement. ASEC Padre. ASEC Padre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's a regional agreement among the between ASEAN and its FTA partners in the region.
And by its very nature, an RTA is more liberal than our commitments to the WTO. ASEC Padre.
Yes, my understanding is that
ASEC Padre.
yes, Attorney Bong, an RTA, I understand that RTAs are formed by parties who wish to give more preferential treatment to their partners. So mas preferential siya kaysa sa commitments under the WTO.
Okay. So, at the WTO commitments are suppletory. It under, in effect, it supports. The rules there would support our would-be commitments to the RCEP.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The more preferential treatment under RCEP is consistent with the obligations in the WTO. There is an exception for giving more preferential treatment to an FTA partner, provided that certain conditions are met dito sa free trade agreement that will be formed by parties that are also members in the WTO.
If that is the case, ASEC Padre, it is important that we should know our experience with WTO, whether or not we have been successful under those rules or we implemented the provisions of our commitments. Would you agree with me that the design of the agreement on agriculture in the WTO are as follows: market access, domestic support, trade remedies, and phytosanitary measures? Would you agree, ASEC Padre, that it is a reasonable statement of the design of the WTO?
Partly, Mr. Chair, market access is under the agreement on agriculture under the WTO. Pero part of the trade remedies, the special safeguards is under the agreement of agriculture. Pero the other trade remedies are governed by other agreements in the WTO, as well as the agreement on SPS is a
Asik Padre,
separate agreement
I-
from the agreement
Mr.
on
Chair,
agriculture.
forgive me, but I did not hear the response of ASEC Padre.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. But how about now, Attorney Insyong? Can you hear us? Hindi. Can you hear us? You cannot. Okay, kasi the question was answered by ASEC Padre attempted to answer the question. So, Attorney Insyong, magkakaproblema tayo if the connection is bad. We will double our time needed. So, can you hear us, Attorney Insyong, or not? Okay, let's go to the
ASEC Padre,
ganito na lang gawin natin. Attorney Insyong, can you
I heard the last portion.
Attorney Insyong, can you ano na lang, can you state your questions so that at least ma-record namin, and then
I can hear you right now, sir.
sige, please give us all your questions na po, tuloy-tuloy na lang. Anyway, recorded yan, then the proper person will try to answer. Pag hindi nyo po marinig, we will give you a
Okay.
transcript. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Much appreciated, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir. Attorney Insyong, sige, state your questions.
ASEC Padre, did you manage to implement the SPS measures? Do we have an inspection facility? Did we implement the trade remedies? Did we implement sections 38 to 45 of the AFMA on National Information Network? Do we have the necessary trade data system to support the trade remedies, our advocacies for trade remedies? Did we implement AFMA in a meaningful way such that we have domestic support? I will end there, Your Honor, because my signal really is terrible. I apologize to the chair.
Thank you. ASEC Padre will answer. Kaya mo ba ngayon? ACMA daw, section some. If not, sabihin mo lang, ASEC Padre, if it's better to research first and answer, mas maganda na rin yung ganun kaysa sa we will give an answer na hindi tayo ready.
We will give a written answer,
Okay. Attorney
Mr. Chair,
Insyong.
to Attorney Insyong.
DA will give a written answer. We will supply you with the answer. We will give you a copy. Okay na, sir. Thank you.
I will
Thank you.
enter, Your Honor.
Thank you. We go to the third person who listed as questioner, Mr. Ernesto Ordonez of the Aliansang Agrikultura. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all who are listening. You told, Mr. Chair, the the government people to adjust their presentations based on the input of Senator Amy Marcos. So have I adjusted my question. And before I do that, I'd like to give the premise. The first speaker talked about the academic predictions. I'd like to tell you, sir, that my background is I was a professor at New York University and Fordham University. I know academia, but I adjusted that to reality because after that, I was the head of cement for 12 years in ASEAN and Philippines. I know industry, but agriculture is my love, and in government, I know both departments. That's why I want Mr. Pade to answer, not Mr. Captain, because it is he who knows agriculture. I was Undersecretary of Trade and Industry, I was Undersecretary of Agriculture, and I was Secretary of Ramos, President of the President, so I saw everything. So here are my questions. First of all, I'd like to say this. We want agriculture to answer, not DTI, because the following, what you're hearing here is a general thing. The opening remarks said that we grew. Let's differentiate. Industry grew by 6.8%. Agriculture grew by 1.6%. They're two different cuts, and I know that was in both departments. Number two, they said there's a massive consultation. That is totally untrue. That is why we are here today, because we are angry they were not consulted. And part of that is because they abolished, I will repeat, they abolished the private sector participation of a committee in DA, so we have no idea what's happening. So, Senator Marcos, you're right. We have not been given a chance to look at it, etc. Okay, and like to say this, no, that in fact, for that committee, which assembled after tears of nothing because of you, okay, I wrote them a letter asking them the question, which they won't answer, but they'll answer today. And they said, Dita will answer. I want Dita to answer that, okay? And that basically was a question. We always talk about opportunities. Private sector can do opportunities. The threats, only government can do that. I asked the question, which I'll ask now, is what are the threats per sector and what are they do about it? And the third one is when they talk about lines, we talk about lives. One line can mean 3 million people. Rice is one line, or one or two, and it's just very so let us not be deceived. So now let us now go to my question. My question, the same question I asked on November 18, for which I wanted an answer on November 22, and there's no answer up to now. And I want them to answer it. And after the answer, I want to see that answer because based on that answer, you should approve or not approve this RCEP, right? And that's what happened in WTO. There were threats they did not identify. Senator Marcos, they did not prepare the measures, so we were killed. And we talk about general, talk about agriculture. Okay, what are the considerations for this question? First, you know, you can talk about giving more help through extension. That's not the problem in this trade problem. The problem is that there are conditions we need, which Senator Marcos pointed out. One, quarantine, ASF, the swine that's killing people. You don't need a little more credit for that. You need quarantine. We have no quarantine. Is that clear? And we're going to open it up some more. As Mr. Bong In-Chong said, confirmed, this is opening it up some more. We have no quarantine. Number two, we have no information. That's against the law. It's against the law because in 1997, you, the Senate, said you should have a market information system. Look at other countries. Incidentally, I was also vice president for Asia, for UNCTAD, United Nations Trade and Development. I see all the countries, they have it, we don't. So with no information, we're opening up some more. Are we kidding? That's 24 years waiting. And the third one, all right, is Mr. Lopez. I respect him a lot, but maybe he doesn't know agriculture as well as industry. So I know both, and I like to say this. He said, right? He said that RCEP does not make it more difficult. Well, I'd like to let you know, Senator Marcos, as you said, the question is not amendment. Is it yes or no? Read it carefully. It is worse than WTO, worse than WTO in terms of this. When we have, for example, the rice problem that's killing us, we could have done safeguard. I will tell you, I want safeguard for cement myself. And when I tried rice, they didn't even look at it, all right? And we're doing that. But in addition, they're making it worse. Why? Because in WTO, you can hit the rate that's correct. Here, you are limited. You're only limited to what the current line is. So, for example, in Myanmar, you can go up to 70%, etc. Now you must go to MFN. It's 35. That's all you. That's what. Whether you kill our people, right? Okay. Number two, I'm telling you why it's wrong. No. The number two regarding that is that some countries are exempted. If we get something that's killing us from Myanmar, Cambodia, we're not allowed to complain. In WTO, complain about Myanmar. So my bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is this. I want you to answer what we wrote about on the 18th, which you didn't answer the 22nd, and I don't want DTI to answer it. I want DA to answer it. And when you get the answer, please give it to us and we will tell you what we think because you never consulted us. And therefore, I'm saying this. Why the rush? India's postponed. Why not us? If you do it a little later, at least you do what Senator Marcos said. She said, prepare. We're not prepared. Do it and then let it go. Look what happened in WTO. Look what happened. You open it up operation, it killed us. You can talk about industry. Okay, I know industry also, right? But agriculture is gonna get killed. Why don't we pay attention for a while? And you talk about poverty rate going down. Imagine 70%. Poverty in farmers is 32%. Can we please look at the farmers? I mean, we keep on ignoring them, all right? And this is proof of it, of not talking to them. Why in DTI they talk to RCEP and they never talk to us for
Thank
2
you.
years? They only talk
Thank you,
to
sir.
us. Thank you. That's my point.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Who is ready to react? But pero mentioned by name ka, Asek Padre. So, nakuha mo ba? Mr. Ordonez mentioned these articles. I think he has written about this 2 times, no, sir? Mr. Ordonez, I think 2 times.
Yes, sir. But my simple
Ah.
question, sir, so we don't complicate the matter, is identify the threats which you've not done and what you're doing about it. If you do not answer that properly, you must not approve it until we answer it properly, like India.
Okay.
Let us not be puppets and just agree to anything.
Okay.
Only one question. What
what
are
in
the
writing?
threats? I gave you
You want-
November 18, ha? November 18 ko pa sinabi yun. You should be prepared
Yes,
by
sir.
now. What are the threats and what are your measures? Given what we've
Thank
heard
you, sir.
from
Thank you, sir.
Jason, etc. Thank you.
I guess, do you want to answer in writing? Anyway, automatic, we will give them copy kaagad. You can answer now. Okay, Asek Padre will answer Mr. Ordonez now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ordonez, for the question. As ASEC Hefty earlier reported, there are no new commitments dito sa agriculture. Actually, the commitments that we gave to our negotiating partners in the RCEP are in general a step back from the commitments that we have already given them under the ASEAN +1 FTA. So, wala pong more preferential o wala po tayong na-eliminate na tariffs dito sa RCEP that are not yet eliminated dun sa ASEAN +1 FTA natin. So, in this regard, wala kaming nakikitang threat with respect to the tariff protection under RCEP pag sumali tayo sa RCEP for the agriculture sector. Yung sensitive agricultural products natin, as ASEC Hefty earlier mentioned, ay these are excluded from any tariff commitment under RCEP. Kasama po dito yung rice, sugar, corn, meat, potatoes. These were ipinakita na kanina ni ASEC Hefty. And then the tariff elimination for agricultural products under RCEP is only about 80%, more or less. And this is much less than the tariff elimination that is already being implemented under sa ating ASEAN +1 FTAs that range from maybe about 90 to 99% doon sa pinakamataas yung sa ASEAN partners natin na 99, more than 99% na yung zero na yung tariff. So with respect to tariffs, wala pong magbabago sa tariff regime natin sa agriculture. Compared to the ASEAN sa ASEAN +1 FTA natin. Now, yung ibang aspects ng trade natin tulad ng sanitary and phytosanitary measures, those measures will remain. We still have our right to stop importation of agricultural products that have SPS issues, yung may mga quarantine issues, may pests and diseases, merong halimbawa yung vegetables na walang SPS clearances ay hindi pa papasukin. So we retain that right. And under RCEP, we also clarified na gusto nating magkaroon ng import checks or magkaroon ng ano ba to? Inspection prior to importation. And ito improvement ito sa WTO SPS agreement kasi hindi naka-specify doon sa SPS agreement. And then on trade remedies, for example, importations that are made na merong magkakaroon ng surge of imports sa Philippines, we also retain the right to impose safeguards, yung global safeguards, at meron ding provision for transitional safeguards under the RCEP. Additional measure po ito to protect our yung agri sector natin, not only agri pala, lahat ng sectors due to any tariff reductions or elimination due to RCEP. So may additional trade remedy pa ho under RCEP. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you for that. So let's now go to the next
Mr. Chair,
questioner.
just 10 seconds. Mr. Chair, just 10 seconds. I like him very much. I'll dispute some things in writing. For example, the safeguard under WTO allows us to fight any country to any level. They're prohibiting us from doing that on both issues. So I will wait for their answer. We like him very much, but we believe that we have different opinions and based on facts and consultation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we can continue the debate in writing. Okay, agree ako doon. Sige. But make it quick kasi we have to put an end to the exchange of papers. Sige. Okay, so next, so we'll give chance to everybody. Mr. Leonardo Montemayor of the Federation of Free Farmers.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, kinikilala ko po yung hard work at saka professionalism ng ating mga nasa executive branch ng gobyerno headed by Secretary Lopez. Subalit, Mr. Chairman, magkaiba po yung kanilang posisyon kumpara po sa inyo. Kayo po ay mga halal, opisyalis po ng ating bansa, senador, at kayo po ay tumatakbo at ang ilan po sa inyo ay kakandidato sa parating na eleksyon. So you are accountable directly to our people, especially in this case, our farmers and fisherfolk. So makaiba po yung perspektiba. Now, my first question, Mr. Chairman, address ito primarily kay ASEC Padre. Paano po ninyo kinompute yung tinatansya po ninyong pagkalugi sa sektor ng agrikultura at pangisdaan kung hindi tayo sasali sa RCEP?
Sir, pakiulit. Sir, pakiulit lang po yung question.
How did the Department of Agriculture compute the projected loss to agriculture and the fishery sector if we do not join RCEP?
I think, sir, these were the studies that were presented during the first hearing.
Dr. Cororaton.
Cororaton
Yes.
and Kimba.
Dr. Cororaton and Kimba. So we direct all the questions to them. The question to them, COMSEC, if they are not present online, in writing, you inform them.
Yeah.
Sige, Dr. Cororaton is present. Okay,
Yes,
can you
sure.
answer, Doc? Yes.
Sure. Paano ang question is paano kinompute yung gain? Okay?
No,
we have
projected
this
loss. Projected losses.
Projected loss.
Gain and loss. Parehang model ang ginamit. Ang model is a general equilibrium model using a GTAP database. It's a recognized database yan sa buong mundo on trade. Okay? So we have a global model that can compute if you don't participate, that will result in loss. But if you participate, you have access. Okay, you have access to the market, to RCEP market, then you have the gain. And one of the gains that I want to highlight is the fruits and vegetables sector. Okay, a significant gain in agriculture. Okay, in fact, the marginal effect on trade, agriculture is positive if you participate, and it's negative if you don't participate. So it's a global model. It's used in trade analysis. Okay, I have a paper. I submitted it to the committee to secretary, and then it's well spelled out. The model is spelled out, specified the database. The most recent database in GTAP is January 2021. Okay, yeah. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Montemayor, continue.
Yeah, my second question, Mr. Chairman, is given that many sectors, especially agriculture, are not prepared for open competition, what will be the cost of a premature entry into RCEP? Ibig sabihin, ano po ang magiging injury na madadanas po ng ating agriculture and fish sector na basta tayo sasabak sa open competition because of a premature entry, kasi inapura po tayo by January 1 dapat sumali na po tayo sa RCEP. So ano po yung tama nito, injury sa ating mga magsasaka at mga isda?
Okay, who can answer? ASEC Hefty.
Yeah,
Thank
can
you.
Ano to? Who's calling our attention? Dr. Cororaton?
Sa kwan po sana, Chairman, sa DA muna. ASEC Padre.
Sige. Pero si ASEC Hefty muna nag-raise. Sige, pabigyan natin siya. Pero ang gustong sabihin ni Mr. Montemayor, hindi makakalusot si ASEC Padre. Okay, so mag-ready ka lang muna dyan. Sasagot si ASEC Hefty. Sige, ASEC Hefty.
Sige po. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maraming salamat po, Mr. Montemayor, for that question. I'll just relate din po yung question nyo doon sa question kanina na Yusek Ordonez. Kasi nabanggit niya po niya yung threat. Pero siyempre, of course, immediately what comes to mind po kapag sumali ka sa isang free trade agreement is the competition. No, yung competition. Pero ang tanong po dyan, Mr. Montemayor, is that yung competition ba ay bago? Because kung sasagutin ho natin yan, ang competition ay andyan na. Noon pa ho, from WTO sa ASEAN Plus 1 FTAs. Papasok tayo sa RCEP, same ang competition. Ngayon, yung mga produkto ba na sensitibo sa atin, in-offer ba natin, may commitment ba tayo na bago? As we have explained po kanina, excluded naman po siya. So in other words, yung protection po na ini-enjoy nyo ngayon, doon sa mga produkto na yon, andyan pa rin ho yan. Yung kalaban, papasok dito, may taripa pa rin ho sila. So that's additional cost for them. Okay. Now, ang question po is that, paano kapag nag-surge yung imports, dumami po rito, binaha tayo ng produkto, may magagawa ba ho tayo? Sabi ho namin kanina is that yung mga trade remedies po, available pa rin yan sa WTO. Nadagdagan pa po ng RCEP Transitional Safeguards. So you can just imagine, meron ka isa ngayong other option, no, to arrest or address yung at least threat, hindi kailangan na may actual injury. Even the threat of injury itself, pwede na ho tayong mag-act on that. Ngayon, extreme ho scenario, wala ho talaga tayong magawa. Ano pa bang pwedeng gawin natin? Of course, meron din ho tayong modification of concession. Pwede natin i-withdraw yung commitment na yon, palitan lang ho natin ng bago na produkto, etc. So in other words po, yung sinasabi ho nating readiness, I think andyan pa rin ho yan, that remains, in fact, na-strengthen pa, and that we opened up opportunities kasi nga ho, may bagong merkado na pwede tayong pagbentahan ng mga produkto natin na merong enhanced market access. Nabanggit ko ho kanina yung papaya, yung carrots, protected sa atin pero expanded yung market natin. And then lalo na dun sa mga SPS din kanina, mas enhanced po, no? Meron tayong reference sa WTO decision, yung mga international standards po, i-refer ho natin. So hindi arbitrary po yung pag-impose ng mga measures na yan. So basically po, yun po yung aking sagot and I can now give the floor.
Okay, so ASEC Padre now. ASEC Padre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to what ASEC Alan said earlier, para sa akin, although very little yung changes dito sa RCEP from our ASEAN Plus 1 FTAs, meron pa ring mga concessions na nakuha tayo. For example, Japan, meron siyang concession lowering the tariff on canned tuna, I think there is a reduction in tariffs. And then coupled with the yung improvement sa rules of origin wherein you can obtain origin for processed tuna, canned tuna, even using non-party inputs, raw tuna. Siguro naiisip ko baka if we do not join as early as our co-parties sa ASEAN that are exporting the same product, like for example Thailand, which I think sources its tuna from other from non-RCEP parties. Sila yung unang makaka-harvest ng benefits nitong concessions ng Japan or ewan ko sa Korea kung nag-improve din sila, at saka yung liberalization ng rules of origin sa canned tuna. I'm not sure kung meron pa isang produkto yung sa mixed fruits and vegetables, pwede ring ma-take advantage nila yon kung yung some of the parties in RCEP can take advantage of the wider sourcing of inputs given by the new rules of origin under RCEP. Mahuhulit ho tayo doon at pwedeng makuha na nila yung market before tayo makapasok maging party sa RCEP.
Mr. Montemayor, please continue. Nakamute kayo, sir. Mr. Montemayor, nakamute kayo.
Yes,
Please.
Chairman, given the acknowledgement that we are not really prepared to come into this RCEP now, why don't we postpone muna? Pag-aralan muna natin ng mabuti ito. Maghanda tayo ng game plan so that we can take advantage of the preferential tariff concessions given to us under RCEP, meet the SPS deadlines, di ba, for accepting importations and so on. Why the rush? Are we prepared to defend this type of position in Plaza Miranda? If you will recall, Mr. Chairman, nung unang panahon, mga political rallies puro sa Plaza Miranda eh. At sinasabi parati sa atin, can you sell this position in Plaza Miranda? Can you sell this to the senators who will be running for re-election? That this is a message that will truly benefit the agriculture and the fishery sector.
Thank you, sir. But ang question niya, agriculture and fisheries sector, we are not ready. Yan ang point ni Mr. Montemayor. You want to answer?
Yes.
Sige,
Sir.
Secretary Lopez wants to respond.
Salamat po sa ating ginagalang Mr. Montemayor. Yes po, we can defend this. In fact, yun po yung mga presentation natin kanina na yung overall welfare gain natin dito po sa ating pinopropose na ratification ng RCEP. Talagang malaking madudulot sa na kabutihan, net benefit sa ating ekonomiya. At even on sabi po kanina, na-explain din po, even for our agri sector, sabi ko nga dito parang tabla panalo dahil hindi tayo nag-offer ng panibago na offering na liberalization, subalit nag-increase pa ang ating market access. If you talk of RCEP, yun po yung ganda dito naman sa natin na protektahan na ditong mga sensitive list natin at exclusion list, ay ganun pa ho ang ating protection sa agriculture sector. Kaya ho talagang ma-defend natin ito. At sa halip ay makakadagdag pa ng mga oportunidad na para talaga tayo makapag-export pa. And again, wag ho natin kalimutan, we're just talking of market access dito. Ang kasama nito yung investment na papasok sa atin, even investment in agriculture, more jobs. Dito gagawin yung activity ng agriculture, manufacturing, agri-processing that will create more demand for agriculture products ng ating mga farmers. Investments po yung papasok dito because we are part of RCEP. If we're not, forget it. Oh, I mean, wala ho talaga tayo. Yun ang hindi natin madedefend sa Plaza Miranda. Thank you.
The next,
Yes.
the next two would be
Chairman,
Mr. Raul.
isa na lang po maikse. Pwede.
May time pa ba si Mr. Leone? Wrap up na, sir. Oh, yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds, Mr. Montemayor. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yung fund po, can you ask our resource persons to comment on the study of Dr. Rashmi Banga of the UNCTAD? She used a very sophisticated analysis, and two of her conclusions are that number one, in ASEAN, the trade balance will drop by 6% every year. All of ASEAN, that includes the Philippines. And that tariff revenue will drop also. And remember, with this pandemic, hirap na hirap po tayo sa ating di ba? Tax revenue. Projection po ni Dr. Banga, babagsak po ang tariff incomes natin.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. The name of the person who conducted the study is Dr. Banga.
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to react? Are you familiar with the study? Are we familiar? Because if you're not, wag natin pipilitin. Are we?
No, we will study. I haven't seen the
Okay,
study
it's
itself,
in
Mr.
writing.
Chair, so we'll look deeper into that.
Okay.
But and then definitely we'll have an answer to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Maybe si Asek Alan.
Asek Hefty, maybe you have encountered the study. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maraming salamat po, Mr. Montemayor. Well, with respect po sa benefits and advantages and even mga yung impact ng RCEP, marami po mga studies on that. Of course, kay Dr. Cororaton, meron, kay Dr. Kimba, ADB, may study, yung UNCTAD, may study, and then maraming mga economists na sinasama nila dyan. And we note na isa sa mga study is that of course yung revenue loss na nasabi ni Resmer Banga, this is of course recognized naman na talagang as a result of tariff liberalization, may revenue loss naman yan. But of course, we have to look into the benefits also that it will generate. Now, I will just highlight na yung UNCTAD din ho kasi, marami ring mga economists na sinaside. And if you will peruse this last year, ang ina-expect nilang boost sa export sa region is 10%. And also, while they have noted na by 2030, sabi nung isang economist, 0.2 points lang daw ang GDP growth in the region. That's the region na growth. But again, on a per country basis, that would depend also on the analysis and the model or methodology used by the economists. But if there is one certain po na makikita nyo sa study is that kahit sa ADB study po na nilabas lang kailan lang is that puro positive po, Number one is that talaga yung pagpasok ng mga investments, and then you will anticipate also yung tinatawag nilang integration ng mga financial institution kasi nga because of the large free trade area. Number three po, ina-expect mo yung mga infrastructure because ito kailangan para ma-optimize mo yung paggamit ng FTA kasi kailangan mong i-move yung mga cargos, kailangan mong i-move goods. So it follows bridges, flyovers, etc. will have to be invested. And siyempre, ang magiging source dito, yung mga developed countries. So, that's how we look at it po. And of course, we respect yung mga studies po na yan. And again, for purposes of reference, we can always submit all these study po sa Senate for the perusal, whether positive. But again, as mentioned by Secretary Lopez po kanina, basahin lang po natin, halos positive po lahat yan. There's still an increase, maliit nga lang, but still positive pa rin. Yung iba naman is substantive.
Pero na-encounter nyo itong study na negative. Into the mic, sir, para naka-record.
We've encountered that reference po kay Banga sa ibang mga policy brief na nilalabas referring to the minimal advantage and also the revenue loss po.
Okay, sige. Okay,
Yes, sir.
good. Secretary Lopez.
Just quickly, on the revenue loss, it has to be, that's why I refuse to comment yet. We have to look at the methodology of that study. It should not be taken on a static level. Kailangan dynamic. Kasi, yes, there would be there may be some sectors affected, but definitely on agri, we said there will be no reduction. No? So let me repeat, hindi po agri ang magiging concern dito. And instead, it will create more opportunities. Pero ang tingnan natin, yung mga investments na bagong papasok will create more revenue sources, more activities, economic activities, more jobs that will pay income taxes. Lahat po yan, they should be counted in the revenue calculation. So it's not that static but dynamic. Yan dapat ang pagbasihan ng study, and we would like to look into that, Mr. Chair.
Sige, pero ang napansin lang natin, basta there is a study, we always ask the methodology of the study. So, doon sa positive, tinanong. Sa negative, tinatanong din. Okay, the next two would be Mr. Raul Montemayor and Mr. Puruganan. But the chair would declare a very strict 5-minute break so that the people here can take a very quick lunch and also answer some liquidity problems. So, I promise you, very strict 5 minutes po. I will use a timer. Okay, sige po. We suspend the hearing for 5 minutes. our hearing. Okay, we will now recognize Mr. Raul Montemayor.
Maraming salamat,
Same
Senator.
organization pala to, Federation of Free Farmers. Sige, you have another 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. And I'd like to share my screen. Sorry. Isi-share ko lang po tong screen ko. Sandali.
Please allow Mr. Raul Montemayor to share screen. Time is not to be charged against him.
Sige, sir. Salamat.
Okay, now. Go. Begin
Yes.
na. Okay.
Kasi nabanggit na several times yung tungkol sa safeguard duties and I'd like to focus on that. No? And basically po, just sa background, yung safeguard duty is what they call a trade remedy under WTO rules and also RCEP. Because as we reduce our tariffs, pwede pong mangyari na dumagsa yung imports at magkaroon ng injury yung local sector. This safeguard duty is the remedyo. That is the legal remedy that you can use to address that kind of import surge. Sa WTO kasi at saka sa RCEP, halos bawal na po yung quantitative restriction, yung parang import ban. The only remedy is to apply a safeguard duty on top of your regular duties. It will make the imports more expensive and it acts like an import ban na rin dahil kung mahal yun na yung import, baka hindi na po pumasok. Pero may mga conditions po on how to impose it. Hindi naman pwedeng basta-basta. And that is what I would like to discuss with you in terms of RCEP as compared to the rules in WTO. Okay. Basically po, ang sinasabi ng RCEP, meron kang applied MFN tariff. This is the tariff that we impose on imports outside RCEP. No? So hindi sila membro ng RCEP. They pay 15% in our example. No? That is the blue line. No? And then under RCEP for this particular set of products, you maintain that 15% for 14 years. And then on the 14th year, you drop it to zero. And then zero na po siya. Now, that is your commitment under RCEP. Anong sinasabi nung RCEP trade remedy provision? Sabi niya, when you impose a safeguard duty on your imports, you cannot exceed your applied MFN tariff. No? So you have your regular tariff under RCEP. You add on your safeguard duty. The total cannot exceed your applied MFN tariff. So you can see that for the first 14 years, you cannot apply any safeguard duty because your RCEP duty is already equal to your applied MFN. No? And then pagbagsak po ng zero sa 14% onwards, then you can apply. But the maximum tariff that you can apply will be 15%. No? Ibang-iba po ito sa WTO rules. Sa WTO po, once you prove that there is injury to a sector because of an import surge, you can apply any amount of safeguard duty. There is no limit po. No? Because the whole idea of a remedy is to cure the cause of the harm. No? Kung you are limited to paracetamol pero ang sakit mo cancer, useless po yung remedy. No? And that is our big worry about the RCEP safeguard provisions. It does provide for certain safeguard duties, but there is a cap on the amount of duty that you can provide, and that cap might not be effective or sufficient to address the problem brought about by the import surge. No? Marami po tayong tariff under RCEP na upon entry into force sa year 1, zero na po kagad siya. No? And using the same graphic,
You have 1 minute more, sir.
pasensya na po, it's a little bit more complicated kasi, but I want to explain it so that everybody will understand. No? Okay, but ganon. So, and there are many other provisions that restrict the usefulness of the safeguards under RCEP. So, ganito po, and almost all of our products po will be subject to these RCEP safeguard provisions. So, okay, let me go to my questions. Anong pakinabang nung RCEP provisions on safeguards compared to WTO when the RCEP safeguards are very restrictive? No? I cannot understand the justification of DTI saying maliban sa global safeguards, meron pa tayong RCEP, no? Who in his right mind, a country will avail of RCEP provisions when the WTO global safeguards are much more liberal and much more effective. So my question is, if that is the case and the RCEP provisions are very restrictive compared to WTO rules, why were they included in the legal text of RCEP in the first place, when we would expect that all countries would go to WTO global safeguards instead of availing of RCEP safeguard provisions? No? Kaya ang hinala po namin, ang ibig sabihin ng safeguard provisions na if a commodity is subject to reduction or tariff elimination, they can only avail of RCEP safeguards. They do not have access to WTO global safeguards. Ganito po yung proposal ng exporting countries sa Doha Development Round
Mr.
negotiations.
Montemayor, you have run out of time. Pero do you want questions answered itong nasa slide mo?
Yes,
Ayan na lang.
because
Siguro you do not need to verbalize na lang ito.
Okay.
Basahin, sagutin na lang ito. So, are we
sige po.
ready? Who's ready to answer? Okay, Ase Kepti, sabihin mo kung ano yung tanong na sinasagot mo. Sige, which one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No? I'll address po yung mga points na ni-raise niya, no, Mr. Montemayor. As I've explained po kanina, yung RCEP safeguard measures po na nire-refer niya, na limited po yung application, that refers to the RCEP transitional safeguard. At tama po yung pinakita kaninang slide kasi hindi ka pwedeng sumobra doon sa MFN ng applied rate, either nung in-impose mo yung safeguard or yung effectivity ng RCEP. Pero po, sa RCEP agreement, andun pa rin naman po yung ating WTO safeguard measure. So in other words, option or call natin yan kung ano yung ating i-apply, depende po sa circumstances, no? Kung ano yung mas beneficial or mas favorable sa atin to address the threat to the injury of the domestic industry. Ngayon po, yung ibang mga measures po, like definitive measures na available sa ating batas, lalo na po sa Republic Act 8800, yung sa Section 13, applicable pa naman po yun, no? Kasi consistent naman yun sa WTO safeguard measure. Ito yung mga increase or imposition ng mga duties sa imported product, or decrease or imposition of tariff rate quota, modification, or any combination, no, of these measures, ma-apply pa rin naman po yun. So ngayon po, siyempre ang tanong niyo po nga kanina is that kailan mo gagamitin yung RCEP safeguard or yung WTO. So siguro po, that would depend na on the circumstances. Ano ba mas ideal? Kasi kung halimbawa, kung sufficient naman na RCEP transitional safeguard ka, edi pwede mo naman po yung gamitin as long as yung additional duty mo would be enough to address the concern of your domestic industry. Kasi po, i-determine naman ho yan at the end of the day ng ating tariff commission kung ano yung appropriate na safeguards na i-impose. And again, magre-recommend po sila sa Secretary of ano, no? Ano po, in the case of industrial products, sa Secretary of Trade and Industry or sa Secretary of Agriculture po. So, yun po.
Okay, ito kami as member of the Senate. Yung sinasabi mo that it's really an option, di ba? RCEP safeguard, transition, ano
RCEP
tawag doon?
transitional
Okay,
safeguard.
RCEP transitional safeguard measure plus the WTO mechanism. Is that very clear sa RCEP agreement na
Yes,
talagang the option is there, is present?
Nakalagay po doon that nothing affects yung rights and
Nothing
obligation
affects,
mo
okay.
under the WTO safeguard agreement.
Paki-point out na lang,
Yes.
anong page at anong paragraph para makita. Sa mic, sir. Please turn on your mic.
Mr. Chair,
Chapter?
Ano po yan? Chapter 7 po of the RCEP agreement.
Sige. Can you, ano yun, Mr. Raul Montemayor? Naubusan ka na kasi ng time kasi we have to give chance to others.
medyo critical po ito dahil if the time comes na nagkaroon ng import surge at wala tayo nung tool na ganito, kawawa po yung gobyerno at kawawa yung magsasaka. So, I am not convinced about their argument that meron namang WTO safeguards because
Sige.
any nation in his right mind will not avail of the transitional safeguards under RCEP. They will go to WTO. So
WTO.
why put the RCEP rules there in the first place? There must be an hidden intent in that. And that intent goes back to the Doha round negotiations when the exporting countries wanted to kill the safeguard measure provisions by putting a cap on allowable remedies.
Okay. So, pwede mo rin ibalik, sir, yung sa slide mo na may questions para masagot talaga lahat yan. Reaction to that. Ano yung...
Just for immediate reference, Mr. Chair, that's under Article 7.9 of the RCEP agreement. This refers to the global safeguard measures. So basically, stating that nothing in this agreement shall affect the rights and obligation of the parties under Article 19 of GATT 1994 and the Safeguards Agreement. So,
But-
7.9.1 po yan. Ngayon, ang bawal lang po talaga is that siyempre, hindi pwedeng i-apply mo pareho. So, RCEP Transitional Safeguards saka yung WTO Safeguards. Mamimili ka, isa lang po. So, that's why sabi ko nga is that you really have to assess what would be very advantageous for you for purposes of availing these trade remedies.
Sige. Can we... sige, ASEC, Padre.
Sir, just to add to the explanation of ASEC Alan. In applying these safeguards, you will have to look at the imports that are causing yung surge o kung may price depressions. Titingnan ho natin kung aling imports saan nanggagaling yung surge of imports. Ngayon, kung makikita natin na yung imports ay nanggagaling lang sa RCEP parties and the imports are coming in at RCEP rates, yung tariffs under RCEP, then we can pwede nating gamitin yung pwede tayong mag-decide na gamitin yung RCEP transitional safeguards kasi yun yung mag-a-address nung import surge. Ngayon kung for the same commodity, merong imports na pumapasok sa MFN, then makikita natin, hindi ma-address ng transitional safeguards under RCEP yun kasi itataas mo lang sa MFN when in fact may pumapasok din na import sa MFN tariff. So that's the time na titingnan natin kung anong kailangang global safeguard na ma-apply para ma-address yung surge dahil sa RCEP at saka sa MFN imports.
Chair, pwede kong sagutin yun.
Sige, we'll just give you a few seconds, sir. Sige, Mr. Montemayor, so that I can
Sana
entertain
naman
the others.
you give us a little bit more time kasi hindi na nga kami kinonsult ng DE tungkol dito. Ito ang magpapahamak sa amin. Sila, they get all the time to explain their side. Kung pwede po naman, you give us a little bit more time.
Actually, we can continue our debate in writing as I've stated earlier.
Anyway, sir.
Kasi Mr. Montemayor, there are 9 other people listed
I know.
after you,
I
so
know,
I
sir.
hope you understand. Sige,
Yes,
I'll
sir.
give you a
Yes, sir.
chance to answer, but try to be
Okay.
also
Hindi ko-
be concise.
Yes, I'm not convinced because if the import surge is coming from RCEP countries, why use RCEP remedies? Go to WTO remedies, no? Even if the import surge is coming only from RCEP countries. But anyway po, ganitong hinihingi namin. Can you get a firm commitment or confirmation from the RCEP Secretariat, not DTI, not DA, but from the RCEP Secretariat, that in fact, we have the choice to use WTO instead of RCEP safeguards. Before we say anything more about this, no? I'm sure parang batas po ito, merong discussion yan nung dinidiscuss yan So makikita natin doon, ano ba talaga yung intention noon? Because,
Sige po, thank you.
Opo. Okay.
Basta ako ngayon, kasi I have this the document. This is the RCEP agreement, around 500 pages. Ang page number niya is 7-8 concerning Article 7.9 entitled Global Safeguard Measures. So ito pong pag-aralan natin. So there are four paragraphs under 7.9. Okay,
Yes,
so
Mr. Senator.
sagutin si Mr. Montemayor in writing by who is when this says RCEP Secretariat, sino yun? Who is he referring to? Is that in the Indonesia?
i-create pa ho yan.
Wala pa.
RCEP Secretariat. Pag once na naging effective na po siya sa January 1, magko-convene po, may RCEP Joint Committee po siya.
Basta i-point out ito. I mean, i-point out itong pinoint out niyo sa akin. Okay, in writing. Okay, can you look at the questions pa? Pwede, sagutin. Kung anong gusto niyo sagutin. Kasi these have been legitimately raised by Mr. Montemayor.
Okay.
5 yan. Answer, kung gusto niyo lang. Kung hindi, in writing na.
Well, yung issue po ng consultation, kahit in writing, nagsisinungaling sila na nagkaroon daw ng consultation. Hindi
Pero
naman
tinake note ko po yon yung second part nung number 5 mo.
Opo.
If the Senate concurs with the RCEP Treaty, will it not be condoning such a practice which is in clear violation of the Magna Carta for small farmers? So titignan natin.
Salamat po.
Titignan natin yan. Sige. Okay, can we now proceed
Yes.
to the next one? Okay lang ha, Mr.
Yes,
Raul, okay lang. So,
sorry po kanina. Thank you.
okay po, opo. So that Mr. Joseph Porugana and Trade Justice Pilipinas. Sige sir, go ahead. Nakamute sir, nakamute.
Hello po, sir. Hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Maraming salamat po sa opportunity again. Meron po akong pin-repair na ilang questions related to the another chapter po, yung intellectual property and as well as the investments. Pero I will use part of my time po to also comment on the earlier discussions. For example po, on yung point kanina that relying on imports for manufacturing, I think it discounts the importance of sourcing inputs from domestic producers. So is DTI saying that we now forego supporting domestic production where the livelihoods of millions of people are based? It's clear kasi po sa akin that the policy here is biased towards agribusiness for export rather than farmers and fishers. Secondly, Mr. Chair, RCEP is arguing that we need to liberalize because imports from, let's say, China are important for our manufacturing. But he is also saying that there is already an existing FTA with China that covers 99% of products. So I'm not sure why DTI is arguing that non-participation in RCEP would be such a big loss. I think we need to call a spade a spade. If the gains are marginal, let's say so. Alternatively, if the impacts from non-joining are also marginal, I hope that the DTI would also be more forthright. And then on the failure to realize the promise of liberalization, according to RCEP, we need to detach the implementation issues from the assessment of the agreement itself. I'm saying here, sir, that we, in effect, what he's saying is that RCEP agreement on its face is good and potentially beneficial to us. What we are asserting is that, in fact, while we say that the implementation issues are important, we are saying that on the face of these agreements, WTO and RCEP, that these are flawed agreements designed to have winners and losers, and they are designed to benefit corporations over people's needs. So we cited as well Dr. Banga, and Mr. Chair, just to inform the committee, we wanted to invite Dr. Banga to this hearing. Unfortunately, the committee decided that to restrict participation to Filipinos only. Now, my questions on IP, sir. In 2019, several CSOs sent a letter to the DTI on RCEP and plant variety protection, where we stress that RCEP should not place any obligation on the Philippines to join or implement UPOV systems or impose other obligations and or limitation in relation to plant variety protection. Nothing in RCEP must affect farmers' rights, especially their freedom to operate with respect to farm-safe seeds and propagating materials. While Article 11.48 of the IP chapter states that each party shall provide for the protection of new varieties through an effective sui generis plant variety protection system, there remains a reference in 11.9, paragraph 3, albeit limited to cooperation with other parties to support the ratification or accession, if so intended, to UPOV 1991. The DA had earlier sought, Your Honor, an examination of the conformity to UPOV 1991 of our own Plant Variety Protection Act of 2002. The UPOV Council advised the Philippine government that the PVP incorporates majority of the provisions, but there remains amendments and clarifications that need to be addressed in order to fully conform. Our question to DTI, does the government intend to fully conform with UPOV 1991, and will it seek to cooperate with other parties to ratify or accede to UPOV 1991 as pushed by RCEP? Secondly, how would you describe IP protection and enforcement standards in RCEP? How do you think this level of IP protection would serve the interests of a developing country like the Philippines? If you look at the levels of IP protection in RCEP, Mr. Chair, the Philippines ranks 78 out of 138 across the globe. This means that there will be additional pressures to scale up IP protection to conform to standards set by developed countries. And then on investments, Mr. Chair, Article 10.6 of the investment chapter sets out prohibitions on performance requirements. I'm sure that the DTI will point out that in our schedule of reservations and non-conforming measures, we included horizontal reservations reserving the right to adopt or maintain any measure for all sectors. My question, what would be the implication of the standstill and no ratchet provision with respect to these reservations and existing policy measures? Does this mean that upon entry into force of RCEP, we can no longer amend or increase protection afforded under existing laws? Wouldn't this curtail the ability of the next administration who may want to advance more progressive legislation that support our national interests from doing so? Second, can you please explain the relationship of List A and B in our reservation schedule? And third, are these temporary or permanent reservations? And then finally, Mr. Chairman, on the point about compensation of losses, Article 10.11, it says there that each party shall accord to investors of another party and their covered investments with respect to measures it adopts or maintains relating to losses suffered by investments in its territory owing to armed conflict, state of emergency, treatment no less favorable than it accords in like circumstances to its own investors. Wouldn't this provision make us vulnerable to claims and litigation from corporations whose investments may be affected by measures, let's say, related to not just conflict, but also emergencies like COVID-19? And then finally, on dispute settlement, this was also included in the work program, and the possible outcome of those discussions will be presented within 2 years' time. So while it is not currently in the agreement, this does not foreclose the possibility that parties may agree.
Mr. Puruganan, wind up na, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That this does not foreclose the possibility that parties may in fact agree in 2 years' time to include an investor-state dispute settlement mechanism which would give corporations the power to sue the Philippines over regulatory measures and policies. Would DTI concede this point? What other assurance can you give that ISDS will never be included in any future version of RCEP? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Nakuha niyo lahat. Were you able to follow? I think Mr. Puruganan submitted beforehand, no, written questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There's po, they submitted the question.
The others. So you're ready? You're ready to answer? Sige.
Yes.
Ase Kepti will now respond.
Okay. Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I just like to address the points raised by Joseph Organan on several subject matters. Number one, he made mention about access to raw materials because we mentioned that if there is one advantage in RCEP is that you have the wider sourcing of raw materials, and of course they are cheaper, no? Cheaper in the sense that wala kang tariff na babayaran. But the question is that does it mean that pinopromote natin yung mga raw materials na yan coming from abroad? It doesn't necessarily follow po. I think it's a wrong conclusion. In fact, one primary trade policy po natin is talagang sinusupport po yung local products. In fact po, sa department na lang po, just to highlight the fact na ito yung priority namin, every Friday po, no? Lahat kami mandated to wear local products or use local garments if necessary. So that's one. And then, pagdating po sa paggamit ng mga local raw materials natin sa manufacturing, isa po yan sa pinupush natin. Kaya nga po, sa CREATE Law, isa yan sa mga incentives na nilagay natin sa CREATE Law. Na kapag nag-source yung investors, lalo na sa manufacturing, ng mga raw materials na galing sa Pilipinas, meron pa silang additional tax deductions na 50%. That tells our investors na dito kayo mag-locate at dito rin kayo hanggat maaari mag-source ng raw materials. Well, of course, hindi naman lahat ng raw materials ay andito sa Pilipinas. That's why compelled tayo to source them from other countries. Kaya halimbawa, yung dairy natin, kung gagawa ka ng tsokolate, maybe kukuha ka sa New Zealand o sa Australia. So, halimbawa, garments, so textile, kailangan mo muna kumuha sa China. And then eventually, kung magkaroon tayo ng, again, textile industry, then mas strengthen natin yung ating garments industry here in the country. So those are just examples, no? Kaya siguro we have to disabuse our mind na ganun po yung policy direction po ng gobyerno natin. Number 2 po, bakit pa may RCEP kung may ASEAN-China FTA na tayo? I think I have already explained the same in my presentation. For so many reasons po, meron tayong enhanced market access, and I think we provided you the list of some of the key agricultural products and even industrial products na pwede po natin ma-export sa China na preferential at hindi natin ma-avail sa ASEAN-China. And again, this is not to mention, again, yung sourcing natin ng raw materials from other countries and export the same to China. Number 3 po, nabanggit na i-detach yung implementation. And per the statement of Joseph, sabi niya, implementation issues. I think we have to clarify that. Yung sinasabi po namin dito na i-detach yung implementation issues, ito po, not on the agreement, but implementation issues doon sa mga programs na sinabi noong WTO nag-a-accede, na dapat gawin, etc. I mean, those programs na sa tingin nila dapat ma-enhance o dapat magawa o ano man yon, I think we should not mix that up with the merit of the RCEP agreement in itself. I think these are two different matters. That's why sabi nga namin, ang call po namin palagi is that tingnan lang natin sa text, tingnan natin yung mga commitments, at tingnan natin paano mai-implement ang RCEP, and let's see if indeed beneficial. And I think records, studies would show na very beneficial ito. On intellectual property, no? Nabanggit yung UPOB. No? I'm very familiar po sa UPOB na yan. And I can still recall nung I was the lead negotiator ng Philippines sa Philippine EFTA Bilateral Free Trade Agreement. At isa po yan sa mga sensitive matters na talagang pinotektahan po natin at in-ensure na hindi ho tayo malock in na makumpel na mag-accede dito sa UPOB 1991 gawa na may mga concerns yung ating mga sectors, lalo na yung mga traditional farmers. And we maintain that the same is protected under the RCEP agreement. So dito sa RCEP agreement, sa 11.48, nabanggit ni Joseph, nakalagay doon, magpuprotect tayo ng plant variety, but under our own regime, not based on certain standards like UPOB 1991. And I think that's very clear under Article 11.48. Now, there was a reference to Article 11.9. That is with respect to cooperation. Ang sinasabi lang naman nun is that kung meron na isang RCEP party, gusto niya na mag-accede sa mga agreements na ito, ay di magtulungan po. But then again, I think the language is clear. No, it doesn't compel any RCEP party to accede to one agreement or international agreement. Ang sinasabi lang, kung merong gusto, then tulungan. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. And then number 4 po, nabanggit din yung mga reservations. Ano daw yung effect ng standstill, etc. sa provision on performance requirement. Well, under investment chapter po, under Article 10.6, merong prohibition on performance requirement. Basically, Mr. Chair, ang sinasabi lang po niyan is that pag dito kayo nag-invest sa any of the RCEP parties, ay wag nyo kaming pagbawalan o wag nyo kaming diktahan kung anong gagawin namin pagdating sa halimbawa sa local content, pag-purchase nun, yung volume, value ng exports, yung sales, and also yung royalties, payment of royalties. So that's one discipline na pinagkasunduan dito sa RCEP agreement. But then again, itong mga to, except for sa royalties and sa technology transfer po, and sa sales on foreign exchange, lahat po niyan ay existing na sa TRIMS agreement natin. Yung iba dito is that meron tayo ng mga FTA na embedded din ito. But what is important is that we also made reservations on several subsectors covering PPR. And I can enumerate all of them if necessary. Siguro, just to call again the attention of Joseph, if you will read the schedule of reservations na lang of the country under entry number 15, basically all services ay kinarve out natin or nag-reserve tayo sa mga commitments, rules pagdating sa national treatment, MFN, PPR. Ito yung sinasabi niya. and also sa senior management and board of directors. In addition dito sa services, no, na may investment, sinama pa po namin dito yung e-commerce, technology transfer, royalties, production, essential security, and those sectors na not technically feasible, exploration of natural resources, areas of investment po as may be determined by NEDA. Kasi nga po, if you will note, under Article 11, Section 10 no, of the Constitution, it provides there na while we recognize yung 60-40 no, na foreign equity limitation no, in favor of the of Filipinos, makikita doon na merong discretion ang Congress natin to increase no or make adjustment dito sa equity participation ng investors. Kaya kapag may recommendation yung NEDA, ipapasa sa Congress, then they have that flexibility. And we have reserved that. Of course, hindi naman namin gagawin no na we will breach on the constitutional prohibition. And then of course, yung mga measures ng LGU natin, ARMM, sa Cordillera, no, yung mga indigenous peoples, indigenous cultural communities, that is reserved. Privatization, PPP, mga pioneering activities, forest, grazing, manufacturing, mining, quarrying, ang dami po nating na-reserve dyan. That's for Schedule B, List B. Pero doon sa List A natin sa reservation, yung mga non-conforming measures, Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin nun, para may commitment ka po dito sa RCEP, pero sinasabi mo ngayon sa makausap natin na itong mga commitments na yan, parang meron na ho kasi kami mga batas na in a way not consistent with those commitments. That's why you have to exclude that. And you have to list. And we listed all of them. No? Yung pagdating sa mga cooperatives, sinama na rin ho namin yan. Basically, requirement of resident agent. So basically, if you will examine our list A, makikita nyo yun na very comprehensive. Now, ano pa po yung, I think that's all, no? That's all, Mr. Chair. Unless, Joseph, I missed something?
Yung sa ISDS, ASEC.
Sorry. Yung sa ISDS, thank you, Joseph. Ano? Actually, ISDS po, Mr. Chair, is the Investor State Dispute Settlement. So, ano po ba ito? Actually po, pag pinag-uusapan yung mga high-quality FTA, ang demand palagi ng mga investors ay magkaroon ng ISDS. For the simple reason na siyempre po, fundamental principle no in any country is that the state cannot be sued without its consent. So basically, dito lang po sa FTA, parang gusto lang ng mga investor i-secure na yung investment namin dyan, pag let's say nagkaroon ng breach no, sa mga commitments sa FTA, we can file a case against the state. Well, of course, our position there has been very clear at the outset. And in fact, we thank the group of Joseph, no? Kasi sa consultation po namin, palagi nilang nire-raise yan. And talagang we fought hard for it, na hindi ho yan mapasama sa RCEP. At marami rin po mga nag-join sa amin mga ASEAN member state. That's why, if you will look at the chapter on investment, no? Ang naging commitment lang po dyan is that saka na lang yan pag-usapan. That's all. As to whether or not magkakaroon ng agreement na ISDS, no? The big question mark po yan. Kasi nga po, ang naging resolution is that since hindi tayo magkasundo, di ba? At least meron man lang commitment na baka pwedeng pag-usapan. And again, that's part of the negotiation. Kasi nga po, ang dami ho kasing areas, ang daming subject matters na with the 15 countries, talagang wala hong convergence, no? That's why dun sa mga areas na walang convergence, nagiging siya, part na lang ng either review or built-in work program, no? But then again, all are subject to negotiation. So I think all those concerns na raised po ni Joseph, again, well covered po siya. And again, we would like to thank their groups kasi in a way, they have contributed a lot in sharing also the points that they have raised and we use also in the course of the negotiation. Thank you po.
Thank you. Asik Padre, meron ka doon? Inputs, wala na? Okay. So, okay na. On the next two, thank you, Mr. Puruganan. The next two would be Mr. Joshua Mata of Central Labor Center and Mr. Ruben Pascual of the PCCI. So, is Mr. Mata ready?
Senator Pimentel, good afternoon.
Senator Salvador, yes.
Yes,
Number 12
yes.
ka pa, sir. Number 12 ka pa.
No, sir. I was requested by Mr. Mata to read his statement, his questions, if you would allow us.
Okay, sige. But that's coming from Mr. Mata. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks for having us here. So, Mr. Mata is concerned with respect to MSMEs. Concern for MSMEs is one of the reasons cited by the Indian civil society and even businesses when they demanded and in fact got from their government the rejection of RCEP. They are concerned about the logistical costs in India that make MSMEs uncompetitive. Apart from high logistical costs, our own MSME have to deal with high energy costs and trade financing problems. So even if our MSMEs can source their inputs from a wider area, as mentioned by DTI, transforming these into products while hampered with those problems would make them uncompetitive. So the question is, which MSMEs will actually gain? In which product lines? Which ones would lose? What's the impact, especially in terms of jobs generation? More importantly, do we envision to lock our economy merely as a re-export platform? Doing so would keep us at the bottom of the global value chain where we are consigned to low value added, high import content production, perhaps even producing with exclusively imported content. Since the chapter on MSMEs merely calls for information sharing and cooperation, where in RCEP can we find guarantees that our MSMEs would be able to climb up the global value chain? What provisions in RCEP would allow them to create their own intangible property that are crucial for them to break free from heavy dependence on a few monopolistic transnational corporations? And finally, at a time when the challenge is how to encourage MSMEs to reopen to help the economy recover from the economic crisis, would it help them if they would have to compete with cheap imports? That's all from Mr. Mata, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Attorney Salvador. No, Attorney Hefty, were you able to follow? Okay. So, ASEC Hefty will now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tony, for that question. Number one, I'd like to stress that one offensive interest of the country is the promotion of the welfare of our micro, small, and medium enterprises. That's a given. We are a champion on that. That's why sa APEC Forum, meron tayong Boracay Action Agenda. And the title of the agenda, Boracay, speaks for itself na Philippines ang champion dyan. Sa WTO po, tayo rin po ang champion with respect to promoting the welfare of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And our ultimate objective is that we want that these micro, small, and medium enterprises be integrated into the global value chain. So ibig sabihin po, makapag-export din sila or at least ma-outsource sa kanila yung ibang mga produkto and services. Now, as to the question, specific provisions in support of SMEs sa RCEP agreement. Well, number one po, ito po yung FTA na merong exclusive chapter sa small and medium enterprises. That's under Chapter 14 of the RCEP agreement. And if you will peruse further, you can take note of Article 14.1, which basically increase the ability of SMEs to utilize the RCEP agreement. We have Article 14.2 that provides publicly accessible platform or information that would be useful for SMEs. We have 14.3b, which again intended to increase the participation of our SMEs in the global value chains. In addition to this chapter on SME, it would also be important to note chapters on e-commerce. Why? Because meron din po tayong provision, Article 12.4 ng e-commerce, that assists SMEs to overcome obstacles in the use of e-commerce. This is very important right now, lalo na po na na-intensify yung mga online transaction. So again, we have that provision. Chapter 18, Committee on Sustainable Growth, that would also address any and all future issues that may concern micro, small, and medium enterprises. Meron din po tayong Chapter 4 on Customs Procedures and Trade Facilitation. Ano yung value nito sa mga MSMEs? Number one, merong commitment on transparency. So ibig sabihin po, malaki ka man na negosyante or maliit, at least alam nyo pare-pareho kung ano yung rules of the game. Alam nyo pa paano mag-export, pa paano mag-import. At kung hindi mo pa maintindihan at kailangan mo ng tulong, mandato po na merong inquiry points. So you can make use of that. And then to further amplify that, meron din pong application of information technology. So again, mas masisimplify and of course seamless po yung mga inquiry and even the transaction in itself. Another chapter which is very important for SMEs po is chapter on competition. Why important? Because under Article 13.3, kailangan po na yung RCEP parties ay magkaroon ng measure against anti-competitive activities. And I think we're all aware of anti-competitive activities and then yung abuse of dominance. No? So in other words, kung merong ganyang mga instances, the competition authority can of course address the same. And as I mentioned earlier, more than establishing competition authority, kailangan po, meron silang competition laws, may competition policies. So that would be very beneficial for our micro, small, and medium enterprises or even businesses who would be operating outside the Philippines. So at least, meron silang peace of mind na mayroong fair environment doon sa RCEP countries na yon. And then of course, meron ding aspeto ng consumer protection under competition chapter, which is very important. Under Chapter 16, meron ding government procurement tayo na provision, which is transparency on cooperation. Siguro, hindi nyo ma-appreciate ito, but the fact na wala itong market access commitment, meron tayo ritong sharing of information and best practices. May value add po yan. Kasi if you know what are the, let's say, government procurement activities in one country, and you see that you are capable and qualified to participate in that government procurement, then at least, alam mo, you will be aided by using this agreement. And of course, lastly, yung Ecotech chapter po natin, Economic and Technical Cooperation. Very broad po yan. We can cover everything. Ang RCEP Joint Committee, lalo na yung committee, no? Yung APAS, Sustainable Growth, Goods, Services, and Investment, then magkakaroon ng work program. So yung work program na yan, napaka-fluid ho yan. Ginagawa yan as we implement RCEP. So lahat ng cooperation natin, assistance na pwede rin ipasok, we can always advocate and make sure na maipasok yon pag nag-finalize at nag-approve kami ng work program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Pero ito yung nakuha ko sa questions ni Mr. Mata as read by Attorney Salvador. Nabanggit niya yung high costs of the incurred by the MSME. So ano to? So this RCEP will help lower the cost? Cost siguro in ano to, in trading, no? In exporting, ito ba?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
guess this is
Secretary.
what we call the horizontal concerns that each country will have to work on their own respective macro environment. In other words, itong mga business support sectors like electricity, labor, and all that, we'll really have to make sure that we find ways to lower yung mga cost na to, the cost on logistics and on power and energy by inviting more investors, etc. on this one. So, ibig sabihin lang to, Mr. Chair, we just have to address also this, with or without RCEP.
Yeah, with or without RCEP.
Correct.
With or
Yes,
without
yes,
RCEP.
Mr. Chair.
So it's not cost by RCEP.
It's not cost.
The lowering of the costs is for MSMEs. It will not be cost by RCEP.
Yes,
Klaro
yes,
yun.
yes.
Sige, yes, Secretary.
Thank you, sir. And with the permission of Secretary Lopez, I'll just add po, ano, siguro po, ano, if doon sa question ni Tony, no, yung isa po kasi palagi sinasabi, kapag meron tayong free trade, is that ang nakakalamang lang, yung big companies, lalo na yung multinational companies, for one big reason. Kasi siyempre, sila yung may tao, sila yung may capacity to hire lawyers or mga experts para ipirus itong trade agreements and i-navigate yung mga rules of origin, paano ba mag-export, paano mag-import, paano i-strategize ang business mo in general. And siyempre, pag maliit ka na negosyante po, medyo kulang ang resources mo, wala kang pambayad sa abogado or experts, no, trade experts for that matter. In fact, even yung access sa information, limited. Hindi mo nga alam, pwede ka pala mag-export sa China na zero ka pala kung gagamitin mo yung ACFTA or RCEP, no? So, yung mga yan yung pinaka handicap ng mga MSMEs natin. So, ngayon po, ma-address din po yan in a way dito sa RCEP. Kasi unang-una po is that yung rules na lang in conducting trade and business masisimplified. So in that case, malilesen yung cost. Number 2 po, ang pinaka-importante po dyan, yung access na po, yung transparency sa information at uploaded po. No? Ibig sabihin, merong inquiry points, merong website na pwede nilang tingnan. And then of course, lastly, very important, dito na po papasok ngayon po yung support natin sa MSME. In addition to those information, i-capacitate din natin sila how to utilize and also strategize their businesses para they can take advantage of this FTA. Thank you.
Meron na kayo niyan ngayon kasi meron na tayong free trade
Yes po,
agreements.
meron po kami
Meron na kayo
program sa
niyan.
DTI, doing business in free trade area.
Well, ano na yan,
So, running-
well-publicized
yes.
program na yan.
Yes.
Isa ko rin na note sa questions ni Mr. Mata, gusto niya ng listing of MSMEs which will gain or lose, and in what product or what industry sector. Are we ready to answer that? Meron ba tayong mga projections dyan? Kung wala, okay lang, but or you can respond in writing, ano.
Quick answer lang po,
Oh.
Mr. Chair. If you will refer to the study of Dr. Cororaton, ang mga na-identify niya po na main sectors that would benefit would be electronic, equipment and machinery, equipment in non-agriculture, and vegetable, mga fruits, nuts, and other food products in agriculture and food. So ito po, as far as export is concerned, ito yung mga na-highlight niya po sa study.
Projection niya of the parang ano ba tawag mo diyan, aspect of the economy where we will gain, yun ang
Gain
projection
in
niya.
terms of export.
So MSME, pasok kayo diyan, ganun ba 'yon? Yun ba yung gain nila? Itong mayroon din nabanggit itong low value added, high import content. So ano ba yung question ni Mr. Mato? Parang it's a trap. Our MSMEs will be trapped into a state where they manufacture low value added but high import content products. Anong sagot natin doon? Yes, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, on that one, that's been covered by yung current po natin industry development policy that we've been trying to develop basically competitive industries that will be able to supply the right quality, competitive cost, and quantity also yung mga manufacturers locally, and at the same time can export these products. So ibig sabihin, we should be prepared para meron tayong domestic capacity that will be able to supply all these requirements so that tumaas ang local content ng kahit sino, hindi lang MSMEs, kahit ng mga big companies. And that is also part with what we've been promoting, as mentioned earlier, yung even on government procurement, we're trying to promote buy local, go local, for example, increasing consumption of locally made products, putting them in the incentive profile, incentive schemes natin, and hopefully, as a result of the Senate budget hearing, we were also suggesting that sana meron ding ganong support on some kind of a policy that will promote the purchase of yung locally manufactured products to supply, let's say, the requirements of government. So at least makakatulong ito sa domestic local content, increasing local content. Sa ating pong mga manufacturers and exporters, kasama rin po ito sa pinopromote din natin, increasing local content in many programs that we have.
Na natin yun, Secretary. Napansin nyo na that there is an increase in local content.
Yes.
In locally manufactured products, may study na kayo, may feedback na kayo na nag-increase nga ang local content.
I guess it's a work in progress,
So,
but
at least-
it's a work in progress. We're not yet there,
Sige.
but because with the policies that we have suggested and we're discussing, ka-launch lang natin ng Create, kakasign lang po last February or March, at yung itong mga programa naman natin has been there, pero hindi siya part ng policy. It's really more advocacy. Kailangan malagay sa policy. Just like what we were discussing sana nga on government procurement, masama to as a policy. Right now, as we know, there's just domestic preference, but everything is subjected to the 9184, which is the bidding process.
Yeah, yung ano yata, yung preference in government procurement of Philippine-made products.
Yes.
Nandiyan na. I think na-discuss din na meron yata kami special provision.
Yeah,
doon.
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Because when you pointed out that there would be no violation of any
Wala.
agreement or
International
international agreement
agreement. Yeah,
or
we can still
commitment.
do it.
Wala, we can do it.
And then these are measures that can really help harness yung ating pong local industries makadevelop ng parang economies of scale kasi mas maraming demand for their products, and in the end increase their competitiveness, and ito na it can supply.
May nakausap ako na shoe manufacturer sa Philippines, sa Marikina base ito. Ang sabi niya sa akin, ang Armed Forces of the Philippines daw, his company supplies the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I hope, ang hope ko na lang, although it's made in the Philippines, I hope yung local content noon generally sourced from the Philippines.
Yes.
Kung imported din halos lahat yun, parang inassemble mo lang din in the Philippines.
But all of that would have to come, would have to start with that, stimulating that demand first eh. Para
Yes, yun na.
maenganyong
Nagkaroon siya ng market eh.
oo,
Oo.
kaya para maengganyo tumaas pa yung local content, pati nung content nung produkto na yan.
Yeah, I hope nga ganun ang mangyari. But at least yun na, Armed Forces of the Philippines secures their footwear needs from a Marikina-based company. So yun lang, yung Marikina-based company, I hope it patronizes local products. Di ba?
That's why wherever available. That's why
Sana ganun.
And competitively.
Sige, thank you. So the next three, para mag-ready na po, no? Mr. Ruben Pascual, and then Mr. Norbert Chincuanco, and Mr. Raymond Montinori. So I now recognize Mr. Ruben Pascual of the PCCI.
Magandang hapon po, Senator Coco Pimentel. Again, thank you once again for the opportunity to present the stand of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. PCCI is the largest business organization of over 30,000 member companies. 90% of our members are micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. I reaffirm PCCI support for the accession of the Philippines to the RCEP agreement. It is of vital importance that the Philippines be part of RCEP. We cannot miss this opportunity for our local businesses to be part of the global market. I'd like to take exception from the comment of a previous speaker that the gains that the Philippines will get are marginal. PCCI fights for markets in the world in which people depend on us for employment and livelihood. On the balancing side, we recognize the fears of some sectors about losing out in the competition. But those fears are not justified for us to isolate ourselves from the rest of the world. It will only aggravate our situation. If we don't do anything about the fear, the way to confront that fear is to face the challenges available in the world market. Inward-looking attitude has been ongoing over the past decades in the country that has made us lose our competitiveness in the global arena. And we cannot afford to be in that mode again of staying in fear. But we trust that we have the competence and capabilities to fight for the services and the producer goods that have high potential. There's a lot still to do by our government and by local industry, but the way to go is not to avoid the world market. Maraming salamat po.
Any reaction from our resource persons physically present? Wala na.
No, we thank PCCI for the support.
Anyway, I'm sure those online, meron siguro gusto mag-react, pero wag na, in writing na lang. If you want to react or refute something that you heard in writing, so that it will be part of our records. So thank you, Mr. Pascual, for very short intervention.
Thank you, Senator.
Tuloy tayo. Mr. Norbert Chincuanco, Tugon sa Kabuhayan. If you're online, sir, pwede na. Mr.
Pwede na.
Chincuanco.
Magandang hapon po. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Kami po sa Tugon Kabuhayan, we focus on the fishery sector. Ito po, according to our PSA, is composed of 1.9 million registered fisher folks. Hindi po kasama mga unregistered. If you swing by our kalayunan, our remote areas, they are the macho guys. They are the guys who bring in the ulam. They go out to the sea, they bring fish, or they farm fish. 2 million of them. And they are where there's not even roads, nor telecom, nor electricity. Now, I hear, I'm glad to hear Secretary Lopez mention na may policy po ang DTI sa buy local, but I cannot reconcile that with allowing bangus and tilapia import and lowering the tariff from 7, a measly 7 to down to 0. I don't understand it. We are self-sufficient in bangus and tilapia according to PSA, and PSA admit they are not counting our inventory, just our harvest. yet we are sufficient in bangus and tilapia. And these are livelihood from Santa Ana in northern Luzon to Malita in Davao Occidental. I just can't reconcile them. At any rate, I look at RCEP similar to COVID-19. COVID-19 poses dangers to our health. Malaking panganib sa ating kalusugan at dahil doon, nagiging panganib sa ating kabuhayan. Ang RCEP, the same baliktad, the same pareho. Panganib sa ating kabuhayan at dahil sa panganib sa ating kabuhayan, malaking panganib sa ating kalusugan. When people do not have work, when people lose their livelihood, they won't be as healthy, nor will their neighbors be as healthy. And when you allow import, before we have proper quarantine enforcement, we are endangering our population to eat products which has bacteria and viruses and E. coli and salmonella and antibiotic from different sources. As it is now, we have a very unfair trade. Before we can export shrimp, our hatchery have to be accredited. Our hatchery's breeder must be from Hawaii. Our farm have to be accredited. Our processing plant have to be accredited. Yet when we import, papeles lang, no inspection at all. We are not against import per se, but we are against unfair practice. We should impose on our import what other countries impose on our export, at least to be fair. This is talk that the resource speaker had been preaching what they believe will be the positive effect of RCEP. They're in the mode to share what are good. Sana we have people naman, resource speakers who will share what do they see as threats. Sabi nga ni Neil Postman, preachers of technology, preachers of agreements always only look at what is good, unconsciously neglecting to see unintended consequences which can be disastrous. Look at European Common Market. There were a lot of rah-rah-rah to join the European Common Market. People went in, now British is trying to get out, they don't know how to get out. Even within the European Common Market, it doesn't, the promises of greatness doesn't happen. My grandfather used to tell me at a very early age, before you enter any agreement, you must know how to get out of it. Please share with us, if RCEP doesn't prove to be good for us, how do we get out of it? And what will be the penalties? And also, how can you be preaching, can we reconcile push for domestic production, push for domestic inclusion, but make it easier to import? Easier than producing domestically. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chinquanco, who's ready to...
Maybe a quick answer.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Lopez.
Especially on the concern, it was addressed to me. Ganito po talaga yung polisiya natin when it comes to really promoting domestically produced products. I mentioned earlier, whether that's an agriculture product and also industrial products. We really try to promote yung locally produced. Pumapasok lang po yung preferences, hindi naman preference, yung allowing importation pagka nagkakaroon ng shortage and ang naapektuhan na the general population. Tulad ho nung mga nagtaasang presyo nung nakaraan, unfortunately, these are mainly on agricultural products. And then there is a window wherein may mga temporary facilitation by lowering tariff or increasing the MAV. Doon sa mga produkto that has really caused grave concern dahil they accounted for a larger part, let's say, of a increasing prices, yung inflation. For example, yung nangyari dito sa, as we know, seasonal po ang fish. At there were discussions on how during close season, we expect already prices to go up. Nagkaka-shortage talaga. And that therefore, we should have a window like that 3 months that wherein we should allow importation. But on the other parts of the year, na meron naman domestic production at abundant, meron tayong polisiya nga that really would prefer and promote yung locally produced. At least for agri, we are able to do that. Sa industry nga, it has been very open actually. Mga taripa sa industrial products talaga have been brought down. But in agriculture, as you know, ano po yan, nasa mga sensitive list, may taripa pa yan, at may protection pa. Aside from the tariff, meron pang import licensing requirement or part siya ng MAV na may mga clearances pa from the regulatory agencies. So at least kasama rin po dyan yung mga fish and other aquaculture products na merong pang BIFAR clearance or I think certificate on necessity to import, which has been used by producers, kaya hindi basta-basta rin nakaka-import ng mga produkto na to. So there's enough protection dun po sa mga produkto na yun, except pag pumapalo na yung shortage at ang naapektuhan buong populasyon na ng ating bansa. Kaya nagkakaroon ng ganong adjustment sa policy, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Lopez. Yes, Asek Hepti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you po sa kay Mr. Ching Kwang ko, Norberto Ching Kwang ko po for the points that you have raised. In addition po doon sa sinabi ni Secretary Lopez, of course po, no, pagdating sa fishery sector, siyempre naman po, yung local sourcing, local production, talaga namang ano po yan, ini-encourage naman natin para at least competitive yung ating fishery sector here in the country. But in reference po sa RCEP, number one po is that if I'm not mistaken, and ASEC Padre can confirm this, yung karamihan po na offers kung meron po sa fish ay zero na rin ho sa ASEAN Plus 1 FTA. So, in other words, na-liberalize po yan. Now, siguro po, titingnan din ho na lang natin yung opportunities, no? Depende kung anong klaseng isda. Kasi siyempre sa atin, bangus, yung galunggong, etc., tilapia, no? But in RCEP po, you will see na meron po tayong mga opportunities na na-create dito na maybe our fisheries sector may be interested in venturing into. So halimbawa po sa Japan, ipag gusto niyo mag-export doon ng mga fish fillet na tilapia, no? That can be done, no? Mayroong improvement ho tayo diyan. Sa South Korea, yung dried salted tilapia, we were able to secure enhanced market access. Of course, yung mga canned tuna that I have cited earlier, isa ho yan sa mga improvements. So kung medyo malaki po yung company at mag-venture into canning or processing, so dito po talagang ma-take advantage niya yung RCEP. So we're not just teaching them how to fish. We'll teach them how to fish, how to can the fish, and how to export the fish. So yun po yung magiging direction natin. Doon naman po sa concern na mga non-tariff measures, sa mga SPS measures, I think I have explained earlier na dito sa RCEP, ang maganda dito is that we were able to secure a more elaborate mechanism by which these concerns will be addressed. And in addition doon sa mga time-bound consultation, clear mechanism na nabanggit ko, yung mga reference po dito sa mga WTO decisions, SPS ng WTO agreement, and yung international standards, clearly stated po dito sa Chapter 5 on sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So rest assured po na kung ito, ang call lang ho talaga dyan is of course for the industry to be active also in asserting these rights. Kaya yun nga po yung minsan yung sinasabi ho namin sa sa mga local industries, FTA andyan lang yan, dapat ho talaga matuto rin ho tayo i-assert yung rights natin under the FTA para hindi kayo nasa receiving end lang or nasa defensive stance ka palagi. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, may I po?
Ang unang tatakbuhan would be DTI. Kayo.
Depende po,
Depende
sir,
sa anong product.
kung agree sa DA
Ayun na nga.
sila,
So,
pag sa amin.
Mr. Chair.
yung point ni Mr. Chinquang ko na yung they need to accredit the plant, they need to accredit the ganyan. So, that's not SPS, di ba? So, paano remedy mo doon?
Yung mga ganong accreditation po, depende po sa nature kung ano po yung i-accredit, may mga countries ho kasi na kuminsan nag-i-implement sila ng mga measures na before ka makapag-export,
Yeah.
yung mo ma-accredit yan, no? So, siyempre po, under RCEP agreement, you can question the reasonableness of that measure being adopted and implemented. So,
Sige.
kung technical ho yan, pwede sa struck-up chapter. No? Kung papasok sa SPS, we can raise that issue po. So, importante ho dyan is about back-up ng evidence, yung bakit nila ini-implement yung mga ganong measure.
Oh, so can we proceed?
May I, sir? Mr. Chair, may I, please?
Mr. Chinquanco?
Yes, please.
time? Sige, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. I'm assuming you still have time. Sige, go ahead, Mr. Chinquanco.
Yes, sir. May I request DTI and the Senate decision makers to please look at this matter. This is unfairness. When we export, different countries imposes food safety rule on us. As simple as the label have to be in a language their country imposes, like English and French in Canada, Italian in Italy. Very simple things. And inspecting our facilities, we do not impose the same. We should and we can. It is within our rights as member of WTO to impose our food safety requirement. Hindi lang ho yung papeles na phytosanitary. Imagine po if we simply impose lahat ng retail product coming in ay may Tagalog. Kailangan may Tagalog. Then our people can understand what they're buying. Mababawasan po yung pumapasok sa atin ng mga about to expire and excess production of different countries. Our current trade beyond policy are very lacking in fairness. And the lack of quarantine, physical quarantine facility before customs enables a lot of rejects to come in. We have an imbalanced trade out of lack of enforcement. If we just do that, mas may laban tayo. But before we're able to do that, we should not further open our market to foreign products. Please take a look at that at ang epekto po niyang kalusugan at kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, sir. So, ito, nag-usap nga kami ni Secretary Lopez na with or without RCEP, that's a valid concern. Sige,
Yes, that's a
Secretary
valid
Lopez and
concern.
then ASEC.
That's a valid concern and we agree with that principle, Mr. Chairman. So in a way, parang that may be on the verge of borderline ng NTM, non-tariff measure and a non-tariff barrier na pwedeng tayo pinahihirapan pagpasok. Maaaring yung taripa, pare-pareho tayo. Pero pag tayo na nag-export, ang daming iba pang nire-require. At pag tayo naman, ito lang ang nire-require natin. So it has to be, I agree in that principle na patas-patas din. And in fact, marami tayong, we are working on the different sort of cases or issues with different countries just to address those various NTMs. For example, are the banana exports entering the Australian market? At tagal na usapan yan, no? Hanggang ngayon, we're working on that, on the technical side of it. Of course, with the DA as yung agency looking into that. And as mentioned, even then on other countries, na work out natin, Indonesia, for example, para yung mga produkto natin makapasok doon, may mga iba-iba pang mga requirements, which we have, to a certain extent, managed also to address. Kaya nakakapasok na ngayon yung ibang mga agriculture products. So it's an ongoing thing, Mr. Chair, but we agree with the principle. Dapat talaga, and also for the safety and health ng ating nandiyan na yung mga SPS. Required talaga yan.
Sir,
Secretary,
kulang po yun.
Teka, Mr. Chinquanco.
Yes, sir. The
wala-
SPS is not a document, just a document. There's no inspection at all. Why don't we want to inspect products before we allow them to be inside our country, especially frozen products? Frozen products, when told, have bacterial growth that are exponential, especially trying to sell them in the public market where there are no freezers. These are huge health hazards, and we keep allowing them.
Thank you, Mr. Chinquanco. Thank you. At saka ito nga sinabi niya, for imports daw into the Philippines, they only need to show papers. Tapos tayo naman daw when we export, grabe pa accreditation. So pag-isip. Ngayon, Secretary, you mentioned Australia and Indonesia, which are RCEP parties. Di ba? Sabi mo may will RCEP help in solving the two problems na mention mo?
We discussed that internally. So merong mga ganitong issues on NTMs that nung before RCEP, tumatagal yung mga technical issues na ganito. But as presented by ASEC Alan, magiging time-bound na yung mga considerations na mga ganito as they discuss the NTM issues, technical issues.
Sige nga, realistically speaking, kunyari yung problema with Australia banana. Oh, sige, I'm assuming before RCEP, dekada na siguro yan problem, dekada na. Okay, RCEP become party of to RCEP including Australia. O anong prediction natin? This will be resolved in anong sagot natin doon? Sige, sino makasagot? Nakuha niyo yung question ko ha. Okay. Assume RCEP na tayo, Philippines and Australia. Such a dispute will be resolved in X years or X months. Sabi niyo sa akin kung ano. Ano answer? Sige, Asek Hefty. Tapos pakisabi na lang kung anong basis para ma-double check lang namin yung yung answer mo. But we will accept your answer, pero
Siguro, sir,
just tell us the basis.
For example, sir, siguro I'll just state it. Meron ho tayong isang trade issue sa isang trading partner natin, na kung minsan, enhance nga, preferential nga yung arrangement, mag-export ka, let's say bananas, and then may mga requirements sila. If I'm not mistaken, Asik Padre can correct me. So sinasabi nila, bago ka makapag-export, dapat 8 ang dahon ng saging mo. Bago 8 leaves. 8 leaves yung sa puno po. Bago mo may export yung saging mo doon sa So ibig sabihin, pag hindi mo na comply yun, hindi ka makakapasok, no? So siyempre, yung mga exporters natin, ang unang tanong is, reasonable ba yon? Ano ba yung scientific basis nun? Does it affect health? Does it affect, of course, human? I mean, the whatever, no? Under SPS na, no? So yung mga ganun po, na matagal na po yung concern. So, at least po dito sa SPS chapter po sa sa RCEP, meron tayong clear-cut mechanism na kapag meron kayang trade issue, kailangan po na pag na-notify yan, no, merong sagot dapat yung concerned party, no? So magsasubmit siya within 30 days, ano yung mga documents, ano yung basis, magkakaroon ng technical consultation, and the whole process po, ang end view ho rito is to resolve the trade issue within 180 days. Yes po. So at least po, hindi ka na basta-basta madidribble.
Yeah,
So parang you can always invoke, no, na dapat in good faith upuan
Okay.
ka.
In good faith, we have a provision where we can
Yes po.
we can expect the resolution of the issue within 180 days.
Yes po. Article 5.
Basta in good faith. Yan lang naman talaga ang susi sa lahat.
Yes po.
Asek Padre, yes, dun sa points ni Mr. Chinquanco. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the issue of yung sinabi ho ni Mr. Chiguangco na our exports are subject to various non-tariff measures, while the exports that we allow to enter our country are only required to present, for example, SPS import certificate. Totoo naman po yun. Pero before with respect to imports into the Philippines, before a party can export to the Philippines, merong mga ginagawa ang ating regulatory agencies para ma-ensure na yung pinanggagalingan ay safe yung i-export sa atin na agricultural product or food na yung pinanggagalingan. Ito yung tinatawag na nagkakaroon ng inspection missions ang ating mga regulatory agencies like the Bureau of Animal Industry, National Meat Inspection Commission. Tapos, pag nakapasa ho yung firm o yung state, bibigyan sila ng accreditation and they will be allowed to export to us basta may kasamang SPS import certificate na mai-present yung importer from the Philippines. So meron ho tayong ginagawang audit before they can export to us. Ngayon, yung sa kanila naman, sa exports natin, they also do the same. Nagkakaroon din sila kung meron tayong intention to interest to export, halimbawa to Australia or to China, magpapadala rin sila ng mission dito, inspection mission dito to ensure na yung panggagalingan na plant or farm ay pasado sa kanilang does not pose yung walang SPS issue, walang disease or pest condition that will harm yung industry nila doon sa kanila. So may accreditation din silang ginagawa. Ito ho ay this is consistent with the SPS agreement in the WTO. Baka ho yung tinutukoy nila ay yung mga private standards. Kasi may mga importers that may require additional standards doon sa 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 requirement ng government nila. Yun ho, wala tayong control doon. Ang pwede ho nating gawin doon, ay tutulungan natin yung exporter natin para ma-comply nila yung private standards ng nung importer mismo. Kasi yung ginagawa ho natin is to comply with the government, yung requirements ng government, SPS requirements. Pero yung private standards, we can only help yung exporter para makakomply sila. Pero rest assured, when it comes to importation of food, we ensure na yung food safety ay complies with our food safety requirements. Kasi kailangan talaga yon, whether sa RCEP yan or sa from any other source, kailangan ensure natin. And then with respect to food imports then, yung Department of Agriculture, the government has the responsibility to ensure food safety. Pero yung para ma-ensure yan, ang priority ho natin na pinanggagalingan ng food natin is domestic food production. Pero kung sinabi ni Secretary Lopez kanina, kung merong kakulangan sa ating domestic supply o yung hindi pantay yung distribution ng food sa ating within the country, may mga ginagawa tayo. Ine-encourage natin na mag-diversify halimbawa ng food source dito internally. Kung kulang sa baboy, kung pwedeng kumain muna, dagdagan nila yung consumption nila ng fish or chicken. Kung hindi pa rin umubra yun, we try to mobilize, i-move natin yung food from surplus areas to deficit areas. Pag kulang pa rin ho yung supply ng food, yung least priority natin ho is yung importation. And inaalaw ho natin yung imports. For example, yung sa fish imports, inaalaw ho natin yan pag merong closed season na mababawasan talaga yung supply natin ng fish. And yung ating SPS requirements, ina-apply natin ho yan. Inalaw ho natin fish importations, pero yung quarantine requirements natin sa importation na yan, ina-apply pa rin natin. Hindi basta-basta pwede mag-import dahil inalaw natin. Yung food safety, ini-ensure pa rin natin.
Okay, yung questions na lang ni Mr. Chinquanco sa chat box, we will ask the resource persons to answer in writing. Then we give him a copy and everyone else a copy because we have to proceed now. See, Attorney Abad is raising his hand, but Tony, I'll make you number 15, no? Because we have a list of 14 persons who are going to ask a question. So we can proceed now with our 10th. Okay, so the next three would be Mr. Raymond Montinola of CONFED and Mr. Francis Law of 11.11.11.ph, and then number 12 would be Attorney Tony Salvador of the Third World Network. So, Mr. Raymond Montinola, if you're ready, ikaw na, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am the president of CONFED, which is a federation of sugarcane associations who has members in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We support the position paper of Leonardo Montemayor with regards to RCEP. We are also concerned whether this agreement will be most beneficial to us, especially the agriculture sector. And my question is directly towards ASEC Hefty. You mentioned in your presentation that the Philippines imports 84% of its fertilizer requirement in the RCEP region, and also 74% importation when it regards to agriculture implements. Can you clarify on that when it comes to the tariff? You mean to say the tariff of these products will be lower than it is now? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Doon po sa mga farm implements and farm inputs, halos lahat naman po 'yon ay zero na, no? Na-liberalize na under ASEAN Plus 1 FTAs. Sa insecticides, merong improvement, so merong enhancement doon sa market access. But more than the benefit po ng liberalization, ang isang advantage po rito is yung simplified procedure pag nag-import ka ng mga materyales na yan under RCEP. Because sa ibang FTAs po, no, if you will compare, no, yung commitments, no, magkaiba po sila. So, as I mentioned, yung administrative cost malilesen because of this enhancement. So, yun po yung mga advantages na pwede nating tingnan.
So how about the fertilizer tariff? Would it become zero?
Sa fertilizer, if I'm not mistaken, zero na eh. We can double check that, no?
With all grades of fertilizer?
Tariff on fertilizer, sino may alam? So that's the specific question ni Mr. Montinola. Rini-research lang po Mr. Montinola. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You can ask another question po.
That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we better research yung questions ni Mr. Montinola. Ano yung sagot sa tractor and implements? Maglo-lower din ang tariff?
Halos ano naman ho, liberalized na ho kasi itong mga
Liberalized na rin yung dalawa.
Pero improvement ho sa insecticide,
Bababa pa.
Yan po. Tapos sa fertilizer po, we'll just have to check kasi marami yung fertilizer, mga urea, 14-14. We'll just have to double check po yung exact tariff lines.
Okay, ito bang information na ito available online? Are you sure? Sige, can you announce para sila Mr. Montinola can take note ng website?
Doon po sa gusto ma-access yung buong document, no? Hindi
yung tariff. Tinatanong niya tariff.
Yes po.
Specific tariff sa
rcep.sec.org po. www.rcepsec.org po yung website. Kasi po napaka-voluminous po yan. You can just imagine may mga 54 schedules po yan, no? So may text ka, may annexes ka. So sa website nyo na lang po tingnan if you want to to access or read the document.
Okay, so yung specific na tanong na kunyari ang gusto niya yung figure ng tariff ng fertilizer. Makikita na doon. Sige. Can you try it Mr. Montinola with your people para sabihin niyo sa amin feedback kung ganun ba kumpleto o hindi para talaga alam natin.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
ASEC Padre wants to say something. Sige, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We look at the tariff of fertilizers. Nasa range ho siya ng 1 to 3%. Yung urea, amosol yata yun. Pero that's MFN. Pero within the FTAs, Mr. Chair, nasa zero na yung mga tariffs ng fertilizers.
Nakuha niya, sir, Mr. Montinola, zero na daw siya within our FTAs ngayon sa RCEP, zero din. Tama? Continue to be zero, yes.
So,
sir, nakuha niya yung sagot.
Because, Mr. Chair, prices of fertilizers are soaring. It used to, the price of urea before used to be only 890, but now it's 2,200 per bag. So our productivity on this year would suffer if that's the case of the prices of fertilizer.
Thank you for that information kasi wala pang tariff yan, ha? May taas na. So, bantayan lang natin yan because I have a friend, ang prediction nga niya, everything will be subject to inflation because all countries have been printing money. So, pag-isipan po natin mabuti yan. Okay lang po sir, hindi na kami mag-comment doon kasi beyond the RCEP preparation na ng ating ng ating
Yes.
resource persons. Okay, sige, thank you. You're done, Mr. Mantinola. Okay na? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Francis Law of this 11 group. Are you online, ma'am? Ayan.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, good
Yes,
afternoon.
you have 5 minutes, ma'am. Sige, go ahead.
Two questions lang po. Baka yung isa sobrang basic kasi hindi ko maintindihan po yung argument kanina na binabanggit na hindi tayo nagbigay, mas marami tayong hindi binigay under RCEP than the other bilateral FTAs na meron na tayo with ASEAN plus countries. So kung ganun po, what would stop these bilateral FTA countries to utilize those bilateral FTAs rather than RCEP? Kasi kung mas maluwag nga yung binigay natin dun sa other bilateral FTAs than RCEP. Pangalawa, yung issue po ng agricultural subsidies. In-address po ba ito sa RCEP negotiations? Kasi ang very telling yung mga binibigay na benepisyo o subsidies ng ibang mga RCEP countries, especially Australia, China for that matter, even Vietnam, sa kanilang mga farmers kumpara sa Pilipinas. So ang competitive edge nila doon ay may suporta yung gobyerno nila kesa sa Pilipinas. Addressed ho ba itong issue na ito? Kasi even under WTO, ay isa to sa dedebatihan at pinag-aawayan. Maraming salamat ho.
ASEC Hefty is ready to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa unang tanong, lahat naman po ng FTAs, and then of course RCEP, kung halimbawa maging party ho tayo, effective ho lahat yung mga yon. So katulad ng nabanggit ko kanina, may mga commitments sa existing FTAs natin, ASEAN Plus 1, na pwedeng better yung ating preferential arrangement compared sa RCEP. Or sa RCEP din, pwedeng mas preferential yung arrangement natin compared doon sa existing ASEAN Plus 1 FTA. So ang mangyayari lang po niyan is that depende na ho sa exporter natin or sa importer natin kung ano yung gagamitin niya. Siyempre, ang pipiliin niya yung mas pabor sa kanya, yung preferential sa kanya. So, okay po 'yon, no? Doon naman sa sa subsidies, ang na-address po dito sa RCEP is yung export subsidies on agriculture, which basically in-incorporate lang po namin dito yung naging agreement sa WTO yung 2015 sa Nairobi. So, embedded ho dito yan sa RCEP. Pero tama ka ho na pagdating po sa ibang subsidies sa agriculture, ongoing po ho talaga ang negotiation ngayon sa WTO po. So, WTO po. Ang dami ho kasi mga issues po dyan. And maybe ASEC Padre can further expound on that if he wants.
Sige, bigyan mo kami ng basics nga niya. Ano ang do's and don'ts sa agricultural subsidy currently, and then ano yung dinidiscuss sa WTO? Anong changes? Sige, ASEC Padre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa FTAs ho kasi, hindi pinag-uusapan yung we'll have a separate chapter on removing subsidies. Pero nakalink ho siya sa WTO agreement. So in agriculture, subsidies, domestic support will be under the disciplines yung nakalagay sa agreement on agriculture sa WTO. So doon ho sa WTO, merong provision doon for the reduction of domestic support. Yung mga tinatawag nila na trade distorting domestic support, merong provision for the reduction. Reduction lang ho. Yun yung nasa current rules. So I think di ko lang sigurado kung gaano yung depth ng reduction, mga 20% siguro. So may matitirang 80% ng domestic support na ginagamit ng mga users nito pwede pa rin silang mag-provide ng domestic support. Ngayon, yung Pilipinas, wala ho tayong domestic support commitment sa WTO. So, wala, hindi tayo gumagamit nung trade distorting domestic support, kundi yun lang allowed na level. Ang mga pwede ho kasi ditong gamitin ay yung mga market, ay yung mga price support. Halimbawa, yung gobyerno mismo yung bumibili ng produkto ng farmer. Ginagawa ho natin yon, pero there is a limit to that. We can only use up to 10% of domestic production of that product. So, kung sa rice, pwede tayong gumamit ng kung ang ating value of production ng rice ay mga 300 billion, pwede tayong gumamit ng 30 billion para ipambili, pagbigay ng price support sa ating rice farmers. Ganon din sa mga ibang produkto. That is allowed. Yung ano yan, yan ho yung de minimis support na allowed para sa ating mga developing countries. Ngayon, yung mga trade distorting ho, may although hindi tayo gumagamit niyan, pinupush ho natin na yung natitirang domestic support allowance ng mga gumagamit nito ay ma-reduce, magkaroon ng deep reduction para yung 80% na natitira nila ay mabawasan pa o kung hindi, mawala na. Kaya lang, as Sec Hefty said, yung negotiations para dito, actually, hindi lang sa domestic support ongoing pa rin since na-launch yung negotiations nung 2000. Hindi matapos-tapos ho. So, ngayon, so yung mga aspects na yan sa FTA ay nakadepende ho doon sa agreement sa WTO. So yung disciplines sa domestic support ay based kung ano man yung provision sa WTO. So yun po.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Additional. Ngayon, yung sa FTAs naman, yung napag-usapan natin kanina na trade remedies, ito ho yung mga measures na pwede nating gamitin para ma-counteract yung effect ng pagbibigay ng domestic support ng mga trading partners natin. So remedies, halimbawa yung countervailing duties, pwede tayong mag-impose pag na-prove mo na yung in-export sa atin ay nabigyan ng domestic support doon sa pinanggalingan. Pero that is a very difficult task, Mr. Chair, kasi you have to prove na yung in-export sa atin ay yun yung nabigyan ng support. Pero trade remedies are available para ma-address yung mga yon.
So thank you. So, okay, thank you, Ms. Lo, for your questions. So the next four, actually the last four, Attorney Salvador, Mr. Castillo of Learn, Mr. Navarro of Philmace, and then si Attorney Abad, dinagdag ko na si Tony sa listahan. But before we proceed, the Chair declares a very strict 5-minute coffee break. Assumed. So at this point, we recognize Attorney Tony Salvador of the Third World Network.
Thank you, Mr.
Panyero. Yes, Panyero, good.
Thank you. Salamat po. I just have I think 3 short questions. One is on taxation of e-commerce. So it was mentioned earlier on that one of the beneficial provisions of RCEP is that local producers and service providers would have a chance to access RCEP countries, market access to RCEP countries. And obviously, Filipino corporations would have to pay corporate income tax, value-added tax, etc., etc. Now, my question is, how about the reverse in terms of our defensive interests? Will foreign corporations providing e-commerce to Filipino corporations or Filipino users here in the Philippines, would they also have to pay corporate income tax, especially if they don't have what's called permanent establishment or physical presence here in the Philippines? Because of the nature of the business, obviously, they don't need physical presence in the Philippines. Are we going to subject them also to corporate income tax and value added and other taxes? If not, do we plan to do that? And are we prohibited by RCEP from doing so? Also related to that, did we study the possible effects of the WTO agreement in terms of every year the WTO renews the moratorium on customs duties on in-transmission of goods and services. And I think there's also a proposal to make that moratorium permanent. What's our stand with regard to that? And have we spoken to the Department of Finance with regard to that? My next question relates to safeguard measures. We would like to, we're not very confident about having safeguard measures and or basically relying on safeguard measures and countervailing duties and what have you, because of the, I guess, unfortunate experience with regard to auto workers who filed with the DTI petition for safeguard measures. Fortunately, to the credit of the DTI, preliminary safeguard measures were granted by the DTI, but eventually there was a hearing at the Tariff Commission, and the Tariff Commission basically said the auto industry does not need safeguard measures because there was no surge in imports. Number 3 is with respect to economic studies and academic studies. I was wondering if we can limit the use of these studies only for purposes of the private sector and not use this as to justify our accession to trade agreements, because unfortunately they don't seem very, very reliable in terms of committing our country to trade agreements. That's all, Senator Pimentel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asek, were you able to take note? Tax, you want to answer the tax? O kaya mo, Asek? Asek Hefty will now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tony, for that question. Doon sa e-commerce, pagdating po sa agreement ho natin dito doon sa moratorium on electronic transmission, we just anchor the same doon sa development sa WTO. So in other words, kung ano yung magiging outcome nun, yun din ang i-adapt natin sa RCEP. But since ngayon may moratorium, in-adapt lang din natin. Doon po sa question ng taxes, internal taxes, very clear po sa Article 12.11.5 of the agreement na pagdating sa taxes, fees, and other charges, hindi po yun kasama sa mga So in other words, yung party, meron talaga siyang power and authority to impose necessary internal taxes, fees, and other charges. Doon po sa consultation sa DOF, yes po, meron ho kaming active na interagency. And in fact, meron din ho kaming tinatawag nating TCWM, yung mga WTO matters natin sa trade. So maraming mga agencies po kami diyan. So lahat po na affecting our commitments, even negotiations sa WTO, may consultation po. Doon po sa pangalawa, yung sa safeguard measure, I think ano naman po I don't see that as a question. Siguro in terms of availability of remedies andyan naman. But the way I understand po Tony, yung sinabi mo is that yun nga yung naging outcome doon sa auto workers na petition para sa safeguard measure natin. So siguro ang masasabi ko na lang doon Tony is that while these remedies are available, the fact remains na siyempre within the government may mga agencies that are mandated to perform certain functions. So halimbawa si DTI to conduct necessary investigation, i-file yung case. Pero si Tariff Commission naman, it's a quasi-judicial body na siyempre independent naman. So part naman po yan ng due process. So we'll just have to live with what the law provides and of course yung process po natin. Yung pangatlo naman po dun sa I see that as a request na wag i-consider yung mga economic studies to justify our of course concurrence or approval of the RCEP agreement. Well of course lahat naman itong mga studies na yan at the very least good references sila for purposes of evaluating the pros and cons. But yes po. And but of course yun nga kailangan ho talaga rin natin mag-refer dito. Thank you. Yes.
Anyway, we are going over even those with positive recommendations, even those with negative conclusions, hindi ba? Ganun, basta,
Yeah.
yes, Secretary Lopez.
Yes, just to support that point, Mr. Chair, that we need this third-party experts estimate because they would have more comprehensive model that will put everything into that one model that will eventually tell us, are we net positive here, net benefit to the... So it will be a help. It will be a big help for us to be using all these experts estimate. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, hindi naman lahat yan positive. May mga nagsasabi nga, as you said, minimal positive or minimal benefits. As to the safeguard mechanism, yes, there's due process. And frankly, this has all been a result of not only yung interagency consultation, but more importantly, yung stakeholders. Public hearings are conducted. So while there are initiatives from, let's say, the petitioner, action na ng either the DA secretary or DTI secretary, depending on the product. At the end of the day, it will still be subjected for another set of public hearings at the Tariff Commission. So that's the procedure. At meron namang mga natuloy na safeguard measures. And alam naman po natin dito yung mga natuloy na safeguard measures. At meron ding hindi natuloy tulad ng the one cited as an example, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Tony, okay ka na? Attorney Salvador?
Senator, can I have 60 seconds?
Yes, you still have time. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. The first one with regard to the permanent moratorium, the proposal, what's the stand of the DTI with regard to the proposal to make the moratorium on customs duties permanent? I understand that every 2-year renewal of the WTO I think since 1998. No? That's the first one. The second one, maybe also take into consideration the base erosion and profit shifting, inclusive framework of the OECD and the G20 that's being proposed. Because the proposal with regard to taxation of e-commerce is that only multinational companies making gross revenues of more than 20 billion euros a year would be subjected. And that if they make that amount, only the amount in excess of 10% of their margins would be subjected to tax. I think that's kind of unfair with respect to our local producers and e-commerce providers, because that would be tantamount to unfair competition, because our service providers would be paying obviously corporate income tax, VAT, etc., while these transnational corporations or digital platforms would be exempt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you get the question, Asek?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
You want to respond? Yes, please.
Yes, I think yung question kasi with respect sa position po sa WTO. So, I mean, still ongoing pa ho yan.
Saan ba yun? You cited kanina nahanap ko na ano ulit? Can you cite again?
Moratorium on
Yung sa e-transmissions ba yan? Is that different? Is e-commerce different from e-transmission? Yeah, can you guide the chair?
Well, yung moratorium po ngayon po sa WTO is with respect po sa electronic transmission. Oo. So, ibig sabihin po, wala mga duties na dapat i-impose sa electronic transmission. Ang negotiation po ngayon doon, while mayroong moratorium, siyempre kailangan pa rin ho na ma-define kung anong ibig sabihin ng electronic transmission. And to date po, ongoing pa rin ho talaga ang discussion dyan sa WTO.
Because it's not necessarily the same, di ba? E-transmission is not the same as e-commerce. Madaming itong
Yes po,
e-commerce.
e-commerce po, mas malawak ko.
Oo.
Mas malawak.
At saka I think, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
yes,
just
Secretary.
to differentiate, Mr. Chair, I think yung moratorium pinag-usapan customs duties eh. Yung cross-border duties. But I think on the first item mentioned, yung taxation on e-commerce, is the one being contemplated right now also. Domestically, pinag-uusapan niya ng legislative at Department of Finance and other agencies on how do we treat, at least yung taxation could be the value-added tax, not necessarily the customs duties, but how do we treat yung mga e-commerce transactions, especially taxing those transactions on the e-commerce. So referring mainly to, Mr. Chair, our understanding is on the value-added tax, for example, capturing those transactions.
Tony, okay na yun?
Sir, final point lang. Kasi yung problema kasi yung in terms of corporate income tax.
Corporate income tax.
You know, the domestic corporations would have to pay corporate income tax.
That's
Service providers from other countries who don't have to pay, no, because they don't have a permanent establishment or physical presence here. So that's one of the problems. Thank you.
That's Mr. Chair. So that's outside RCEP. That's part of the discussion ngayon sa taxation on mga e-commerce.
Tax code na yata yan on whether that company is doing business in the Philippines by
e-commerce.
Anong tawag natin dyan? Purposely availing of the Philippine market. Parang ganun. Meron kaming isang bill na ganun ng aming pagka-phrase.
And that would be on the VAT or that would be on the corporate income tax. So pag-uusapan niya kasi that's really a different subject matter. No?
So in short, ang sagot natin kay Attorney Salvador, it's outside of RCEP matters.
And it's really a domestic taxation policy.
Okay yun, Attorney, yun ang answer. It's really a tax issue. At any rate, conscious na rin yung mga government agencies and the policy makers about the issue.
In fact, Mr. Chair, nakahiwalay pa yun sa Internet Transaction Act natin na pinag-uusapan, which was really concerned naman on consumer protection. So hindi rin tinama doon yung taxation.
Correct.
Recognizing na ibang usapan talaga yung taxation.
But yun yung sinabi ko, yung concept kanina of an foreign corporation purposely availing of the Philippine market through the internet. Yun yung maybe that concept can be applicable to taxation also. We encountered that in the Internet Transactions Act. So okay na, Tony. I can now recognize the next one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. The next is Mr. Rolly Castillo of Learn. Tama ba to? Learn, yes. Learn. Mr. Rolly Castillo. Wala pa siya. Sige, if he's not yet ready, I can go to the next one. Sino tayo? Okay. Mr. Roger Navarro of Philmaze.
Ayong hapon.
Okay, mayong hapon, sir. Ikaw na. Ikaw na, sir.
Salamat kayo. Nadakpan na itong nagpatay gapon.
Unsa to? Nadakpan ang?
Ang katong nagpatay gapon, kan Dr. Anduta, nadakpan
Hey, Doctor, this happened. Just for the information of everybody, a doctor was ambushed in Cagayan de Oro City. Yesterday, at least ang sinasabi sa atin ni Mr. Navarro, nadakpa na, nahuli na daw. So that's good news for the cause of justice, especially for the family. Sige,
Thank you.
pag-ayon lang, sir, Mr. Navarro.
Okay, salamat kayo, Senator. But anyway, itong ano ko lang, medyo may konting hugot po. Kasi ang corn industry was the first industry to be liberalized during the WTO, no? So in that time, the corn was liberalized, but liberalized lang po yung ating importation po, no? Import tayo ng corn at saka import din tayo ng corn substitute by way of feed wheat or other than feed wheat, no? But we are restricted to export until today. So in other words, hindi pa rin tayo WTO or free trade. The other one is that ang budget natin nung araw is 60 million, which is about 1% of the total industry cost. Today po, the budget is only 1.6, which is also about 1.2% of the total industry cost. So napakalayo po in terms of intervention and program development for corn po. Kaya ito ang problema namin sa corn industry. The other one po is that in the WTO po, pinaglaruan ang corn industry. For example, ang MFN po, yung most favored nation na tariff po, ang ginagawa ng mga traders po, reroute nila yung mga importation nila sa ASEAN countries po na mayroong AFTA. Yung AFTA po, 5% na lang ang tariff po from ASEAN nations. So but unfortunately that corn does not really come from let's say for example Vietnam. Vietnam kasi is the most notorious one. Marami pa diyan sa Myanmar and Thailand even, no? So yan ang problema natin, pinaglaruan tayo. Ngayon meron tayong RCEP. Mabuti na lang kanina meron ako narinig, ewan ko kung totoo, na hindi nasama ang corn in the lowering of tariff. Kasi dito ngayon mayroong mga movement na talagang i-lower ang tariff, lalo na doon sa MFN. Kasi nga po, gusto sila mag-import ng mais nila galing sa MFN na nation or most favored nation. In other words, yung mga subsidized product po, no? The other one concern namin po, itong sa RCEP, dito sa kanina sinabi na ni Joseph, dito sa OPOB or dito sa Plant Variety Protection Law, alam naman natin po, maraming mga multinational na talagang medyo nahihirapan kami mga corn farmers, lalo na sa ating mga corn breeders. Kasi nga po, napakadami na ng contamination ngayon po, yung mga local variety natin or local traditional variety ng mais po, naging contaminated na po ng ating mga GM. At ang problema po, kasi na-contaminate na po, inaangkin na nila na sa kanila na yung seeds at magbabayad ka na ng royalty. Ito ang problema namin, ini-strengthen nila yung puwersa nila. For example, yung Plant Variety Protection Law, gusto nila i-amend na isasama yung protection nila doon. Gusto din nila i-amend sa ating Philippine Seed Act na i-strengthen din nila yung protection nila. Dito din sa OPOB, dito sa RCEP, parang ganon din ang gagawin nila. In other words, talagang naka-enclose na yung ating local farmers, local corn breeders, dito sa mga palisiya na ito. Kasi nga po, napasama ito sa sinasabi nating ITRM po, or International Trade Related Matters po, no? So sinasama din nila ito po sa tinatawag nilang IPR po, or Intellectual Property Rights. Alam naman natin, hindi naman natin inaano na kailangan silang i-reward or makarecover sa investment nila po, sa mga creativity nila, sa discovery nila dito sa mga corn seeds po na biotech. Pero hindi naman sana perpetual po. Kasi sa ngayon po, perpetual ang nangyari. Since the very beginning, nagre-renew lang sila ng kanilang biosafety permit. Kaya ito yung problema namin, sir. Kung sakasakaling nagkarito yung RCEP, basin mo problema kahit sir, bakit Dinerbes Mindanao, dinis ato, medyo dagang kahit mag-uumas mais, niya, mahal na kayo ang seeds. Nung araw, 2,000 lang, ngayon 8,000 na per bag. So, I hope we will be able to really help our corn farmers na sana harmony lang yung yung ating policy po, at sana po hindi naman natin bigyan ng dagok yung ating mga farmers po. Ang dami talagang importation ngayon, tapos walang nangyayari sa ating mais, mahal pa fertilizer. Maraming salamat, Senator Coco, maraming salamat.
Sir, yung 2,000 per bag, anong year yon? Anong date nun?
Nung ano pa yun, sir, mga 20 years ago.
20 years ago, 2,000 per bag. Now, 8,000 per bag.
8,000
Okay.
per bag po.
Okay.
Kaya
Sige.
ayan ang problema po.
Times 4.
Samantalang po, mayroon tayong tinatawag na sariling na gawa ng ating mga corn farmers, nasa 2,000 lang po. Pero illegal sila po kasi protected ang mga multinational po in the IPR na sinasabi na samantalang wala naman tayong intellectual property rights on living organism. Wala din tayong patent law. Kaya dyan lang sila nag-hide doon sa sinasabi natin Plant Variety Protection Law na gusto nilang i-amend, pati yung Seed Act. Ngayon, nandito na naman sa RCEP at saka yung International Trade Remedies protection po.
Okay, very specific yung tanong that some rules or laws discriminating against our local corn farmers or seed producers are retained or incorporated in the RCEP. Yun ang pagkaintindi ko. I don't know kung yun ang pagkaintindi mo, ASEC Hefty. Can we respond to the points of Mr. Navarro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung doon po sa UPOB, yung sa protection ng plant variety, katulad po na nabanggit ko kanina, wala akong commitment dito for us to accede doon sa UPOB 1991 and then make necessary amendments doon sa current law natin ng plant variety. So wala ho tayong ano doon. So yung concern po na yon is, wag ko na nilang i-entertain kasi very clear naman po yun sa agreement na that's reserved, no, for the RCEP party. Tapos, may nabanggit po siya, kung tama po ako, on our exports, restricted daw. Maybe ASEC Noel can address on the corn, yung export.
Okay, so ASEC Padre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Sir Roger. Meron nga hong export QR sa corn. It's still embedded in Presidential Decree number 4 that the NFA can ano ba to? NFA yung maglalagay ng rules and regulations for the exportation of corn. Pero I think meron naman hong provision sa NFA rules na pwede mag-export subject to certain conditions. Pero I agree, sir, na dapat itong provision sa PD4 ay matanggal na kasi we should be allowed to freely export our products. The same provision that applies to rice was already removed by RA 11203 o yung rice tarification law. And I think there should also be a legislation similar to RTL para matanggal ito at sana mag-create din ng fund para sa development of the corn sector, yung the same as the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund para makapag tama yung sinabi nyo, very limited, very small yung support na binibigay sa corn sector. When in fact, yung sinabi ko kanina na domestic support entitlement ng rice ay 30 billion, yung sa corn naman, pwedeng up to 10 billion yung pwedeng ibigay na support ng government sa yung product-specific support sa corn sector na pwedeng gamiting price support or any other form of domestic support. Titingnan ho namin sa department kung paano isasabatas ito para alam ko may pinag-iisipan na ng Committee on Agriculture dito sa Senate si Senator Villar kung paano makagawa ng similar similar law for corn para sa similar to rice sa RTL para sa corn para magkaroon ng additional funding for the corn sector.
Thank you.
Senator,
Sige, Mr. Navarro, nakakapay oras. Sige, go ahead.
Yeah. Maganda yon sinasabi ni Noel, no? Pero we must all remember na ang NFA nung araw, Senator, alam naman natin na ang tawag dyan ay Rice and Corn Administration. So sila ang kasama doon sa mais po. Pero nung nandito na yung rice tarification law po, ang NFA po ay naging rice-centric na po. Nawala na po sila ng mandato para sa mais po. Kaya ngayon po, ang mais po talagang ulila siya, in other words. The reason why we are trying to say to our legislator na sana po maglalagay tayo ng tinatawag na Philippine Corn Development Administration. Ito naman pong nilalagay dito sa Senate po na sinasabi ni ASEC Noel po na nandyan daw sa sa office ni ni Senator Villar po, eh napaka ano naman po glaring ang gusto nila po. Gusto nila i-lower down ang importation tariff to 5% po. So in other words, even MFN po, gusto nila instead na MFN rates ay APTA rates po. So iba-iba talaga ang mga interest ng mga tao po na ilang ang ila lang sir marag gusto nila ilang kaugalingon lang looy kay farmer sir ba. So sana po magkaroon lang tayo ng magandang batas po, palisiya po na matulungan naman yung maliliit na farmer lalo na yung mga corn farmer po kasi napakahirap po ng mga corn farmer. Isipin niyo po napakaraming employment po ang makikinabang sa corn farming po. Alam naman niyo yan kasi silingan man ta dinis Dolores, taga Dolores Magoso. Ingon ala lang siguro sir kung mahimo tabangan lang nato sir. Daghang salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Okay, ibang topic 'yon ano kasi that's for the Committee on Agriculture. At least na-educate niyo po ako doon sa pending bill. Yun yung point of view. And then ASEC Hefty reminded me that corn is, dito sa RCEP, itong topic natin ngayon, RCEP, is on the excluded list. Hence, no change or no commitment to change the existing tariff. Ganun ba yun? In short, ang effect nun. Okay. Pero wala tayong masabing good news naman sa kanila. Kung walang damage, mayroon bang help? Because of RCEP, matutulungan ba yung corn sector? So, parang nasasabi natin, walang damage, no change. Pero meron bang help? Meron bang benefit? Wala rin tayong masabi. Sige, sagutin niyo po.
Well, at the very least po, ay yung economic and technical cooperation, kung depende po kung ano yung magiging final work program, ganun.
Pero ito mga economic and technical cooperation, these are found in the existing FTAs na rin natin, hindi ba? So, yun na nga. So, found na rin sila doon. So, we cannot overpromise kasi existing na ngayon. Kung hindi nararamdaman yung effect noon, hindi rin natin masasabing mararamdaman siya under RCEP. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Navarro. Next would be Attorney Abad. Attorney Abad, I'll give you 5 minutes for you to express your sentiment or position. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Thank you also to the committee and to everyone here. We've heard mostly objections to the concurrence and ratification of the RCEP. I wanted to intervene to express support, on the other hand, and also to point out that I'm glad my friend Ruben, representing PCCI, has also said support. But I have taken note of the concerns that were raised. I've taken all these notes. Unfortunately, most of them, Mr. Chairman, are actually addressed outside of the scope of RCEP. They're not really valid problems that would hinder your concurrence. So I have found no legal anomalies, no illegalities, and no unconstitutionality in your concurrence with the RCEP. And I think you have to credit also the hard work of Dr. Coro Raton and Dr. Kimba, and certainly Sec Mon, ASEC Alan, and ASEC Noel. They've worked very hard. And from my point of view, as a private lawyer and representative, I've witnessed how government tries to balance the interests of all sectors in society. So in fairness, DTI and DA would not ram this down our throats. They would actually be very careful about how they proceed with the ratification of such an important agreement. And you are going to be making history by joining this very important agreement. As pointed out, 50% of population, 50% of global trade value. I mean, that's already quite a big scope and big impact. So the other thing is, of course, our analysis is that more people will actually benefit. Let me point out the 111 million consumers will benefit from RCEP. prices have been going up on certain essential items. We hope that by being part of an economic cooperation agreement will give us the ability to bring down these prices. So it always works both ways. We forget sometimes that we also have to have an offensive strategy. So, Mr. Chairman, aside from being defensive all the time, which is a bad habit of the Filipinos, we tend to shoot ourselves in the foot, or we tend to already consider ourselves defeated. But actually, we should have an offensive strategy. How do we position ourselves? We are geographically in the center of RCEP. We should take advantage of this. And we are smart people. We should be actually the ones taking a leadership role in RCEP. So we should be there and take advantage of this. So let me, express my support for your concurrence. I just wanted to address other matters, sir, we can resolve, of course, in writing, and I offer to help with any legal issues that have been raised. No, all of them are outside of the scope of RCEP. And let me add that from a legal point of view, what RCEP provides is a legal platform within which you can engage in further negotiation and discussion. So in other words, it's a better venue to be able to resolve, especially legal issues. I find that the legal issues will be resolved better under this wing. And consider the ratification of RCEP not as the end, but the beginning. It's not written in stone. So you will be able to still use the RCEP to leverage on our trade aspirations or trade ambitions. And then maybe finally, let me mention SecMon's pointing out very correctly that actually we're not just talking about tariffs and trade. We're also talking about foreign direct investment. We want investment to come here because we have a very small percentage of total investment in the region. And we can attract them by taking advantage of the RCEP and positioning ourselves. Without FDI, there is no capital accumulation, and capital accumulation is essential for poverty alleviation. And all the problems that are being experienced by our farmers, fisherfolk, and SMEs are because we are not able to accumulate capital. So you need FDI. This is a good opportunity to create FDI. And let me end by saying that, when I spoke a few years ago with the National Assembly officials of Vietnam, they wanted to revise all their laws, because they were joining the ASEAN Economic Community. I asked them, aren't you worried, that you're not ready to join the AEC, to be part of the ASEAN? And their speaker and the other officials said, well, when we join, it will make us ready. And I think that's what RCEP will do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Abad. Okay, so time check is 2:53. So I promise you a hearing from 10 to 3 p.m.
Mr.
So,
Chairman, can we still talk?
we have 7 more minutes of mga rebuttal or additional ideas. I can give you 1 minute. Mr. Montemayor, are you?
Yes.
Okay, asking for the floor. Sige, Mr. Leonardo Montemayor, can you keep it
And
to
also
1 to
me,
2 minutes? Okay, sige.
Yes, Mr.
after
Chairman.
Montemayor, me.
Mr. Chairman, ito pong sektor ng agriculture and fisheries, this is a significant chunk of our population. Di ba? We are about one-fourth the labor force. And you're talking about 10 or 11 million individuals and their families. Now, you will notice, Mr. Chairman, that all the groups, as far as I can tell, all the organized groups, whether it's in fisheries, sugar, fishing, rice, corn, hogs, we are all unanimous in opposing this RCEP. Kasi nga po, hindi po sapat ang konsultasyon dito. Don't we owe it to our agriculture sector, Mr. Chairman, both the Senate and the Executive, to give us the necessary information for us to digest what is in this agreement? Because, as was pointed out earlier, our experience in the past with WTO and the other free trade agreements has been very, very negative. We're not speaking from abstract position. And therefore now we are saying RCEP, siguro at best you can say the advantages of the benefits are probably imagined. But the threats are very existential. They are very real. They will impact on the lives, the incomes, the jobs of our ordinary farmers and fisherfolk. So, wag po natin madaliin to. Masyado mabigat po itong impact nitong agreement na ito. There is no reason why we should rush and spend only less than a month. During the WTO debates by the Senate, or GATT Uruguay round, the Senate conducted hearings nationwide. Bakit in this particular case, wala man lamang hearing outside the Senate? Bakit tayo nag-aapura? Nasa pandemic pa naman tayo. And
Thank you, sir.
We can always join, Mr. Chairman, even after January 1. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute. I want 1 minute.
Sige,
also.
Mr. Odo, so that the secretary also can react. So we will listen to the final words of Mr. Ordonez. Go ahead, sir.
You have 7 minutes. I'll do one in 1 minute. Mr. Abad is correct. We should lead. But instead of leading to progress, we might lead to destruction. What is the common thing to do? Just answer the question. What are the threats? If your answer is no good, that means you're not ready. If your answer is correct, then you should prove it. On that question lies the decision. I'm just saying this, no? He quotes of Vietnam people. I quote the farmers and fisherfolk who really suffered. WTO, they say, you put it there, we'll get ready. Well, it was not ready. And the government was leading in destroying the agriculture sector before. Let it not happen again. We just want time. I told Mr. Lopez just now, I like it, but the government has got to be ready with information and the measures. Without that, you'll destroy us. Waiting a few weeks or months is not a high price, because if you rush it and it's wrong, the farmers will get hurt. That's all, sir. Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you. Mr. Kainglet, no? Is raising his hand. Mr. Kainglet?
Yes,
Yes,
magandang
schedule.
hapon. 1 minute.
1 minute. Yes, sir.
30 seconds. I mean,
Okay, sige, sir.
mabuti si Mr. Abad also spoke. The same questions that we posted kanina. When people project, when people say something, kanino sila accountable? Kasi kami, we're accountable sa constituency namin. If something bad, if something wrong happen, and from experience, talagang it's the data and the experience that counts. Kaya lang when we quote experts, when we quote scholars, saan sila accountable? Yung nagkamali sa WTO projections, kanino sila accountable? Wala eh. They were never held accountable. Of course, they get their huge paychecks, pero wala. Walang accountability, walang pagsisisi, walang pagsasorry, and now here we are again, asking for the moon, asking for the sun. Bukas, makalawa, next year, or after 10 years, who would be these people accountable to? Wala. And yet, farmers will suffer. Yun lamang po, Senator Pimentel. I just hope this time, pakinggan naman ang sektor ng agrikultura ng Senado. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Kasi parang ang main point ni Attorney Abad, there's no legal and constitutional obstacle. So, but the last 3 speakers, the political, this is a opt-in ito eh. Opt-in eh. So hindi naman ito persado actually. So may political decision. So yun ang raise nila ngayon, the political. I think si Mr. Montemayor even mentioned the re-electionist. So kanina sa first time he spoke. So okay, so we will give our final the time left to Secretary Lopez to address whatever he wants to address.
Okay.
Secretary Lopez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you po sa lahat. Actually, we took note of all your comments and again, sasagot naman natin, hopefully naliwanagan. First, that we have been part of the globalization. I guess there's no turning back. No? At yung mga ni-raise po na issue dito, tama po yung mga sinabi nila on the WTO. And but rest assured, sabi nga natin, we're part of the globalization already, part of WTO, but the RCEP has continued to exclude all these products. Wala tayong additional na sinama na ma-include dito for liberalization. And what we have been emphasizing all this time, wag na natin pag-usapan yung RCEP, even before RCEP, is the continued support by our government, giving more budget to support the agriculture, to support the industry, the manufacturing, the services sector. We have to develop our own competitive capacity building, capacities to produce in agri, industry and services so that we will have that product to export. Because if there's no such capacity enough for us to export and not even enough to support the growing needs of the country, pag lumalak kasi yung country, ang laki ng demand eh. And that's the reason why sabi natin, tumaas yung mga ibang imports kasi nung lumaki ang ating bansa, ang kita niyo po yung growth, 6 to 7%. Pag hindi na makuha sa local supply, we are forced to import. Ganun na nangyayari until we develop again that local capacity. So it's important that in everything that we do, that there is that government support. And I would support yung mga sinasabi po nilang kailangan balikan yung support na kailangan sa agri. And also, I will include, of course, the industry and manufacturing support. But certainly, at least yung assurance natin sa agri sector, protected pa ho kayo, nandyan pa ho yung exclusion list, sensitive list. And it's also important, again, not to be just inward looking, we look at the opportunities outside. We mentioned already it's not about just market access, but also again, yung moving forward natin, the foreign direct investment and even local investment. Hindi enough yung meron tayong meron tayong mga investment incentives. If the companies will not go here, if the investors will not go here, because we're not part of all these globalized arrangements or agreements, hindi pupunta yan dito. What will happen now, unfortunately, hindi ko po nakita dito, except of course for the PCCI and the group of Attorney Abad, wala po tayong representative ng export sector, which again, and a lot, the manufacturing and industry sector, the services sector, which we are heavily exporting, the IT BPM sector, financial services sector, which will all be benefiting from RCEP. They account for 80% maybe of the economy. No? Wala po dito. And ang agri sector well represented. And of course, very good to hear from them. But let's imagine, if we derail the current momentum, it's the 80% that will also be affected. And I must say, even the agriculture sector will be affected because it's already, we're in that globalized system, Mr. Chairman, already. Yung agriculture, nandyan na po tayo. So wala akong magagawa yung pag-derail nito. May iiwan pa tayo. Pag umpisa ng January, yung 6 na country na ASEAN at 3 country na RCEP trading partners, they will start already with this RCEP, with or without us. At saan tayo mapupunta? Wala na tayong pupuntahan dito, wala nang pupunta rin dito. So Mr. Chair, yun po yung ating panganib. And there is urgency therefore. Again, wala ho tayong dinagdag na exposure or threat sa agriculture sector. So I hope they would understand. But this can only lead, the delay and non-approval can only lead to the disruption in all these 80% that have been growing, that have been behind the 6.6% growth of the economy. This year, we might end up 5.5%. Next year, we're looking at 6 to 7%. Even as we go over and surpass this pandemic, hopefully Omicron will not be will not be a terrible variant, but really, we are regaining all this momentum. Again, 7.1% growth in the third quarter, the fastest in the region. We don't want to break that momentum, Mr. Chair. And marami pong nakinabang dyan, ating yung entire population. Employment is going to be back. We don't want sana po na ma-derail po yun. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so thank you, Secretary. So we're beyond 3 p.m. na. Anyway, ganito po yun yung PhilExport. Nagbigay naman sila ng statement na nila noon. The purpose of this hearing is not to repeat what has been stated kasi recorded na po yun. The purpose of this meeting was really for this direct interaction with civil society organizations, NGOs, etc. But then, yung mga financial sector, kung mayroong mga organizations, if they could be proactive and submit their position paper, sana ganon na mangyari. So let them be proactive and submit position papers. Welcome pa rin po yun. But at this point, as chairman of the committee, I'd like to apologize that I cannot bring the hearings to Mindanao and Visayas anymore for pandemic reasons and additional reasons. I'm also assuming kasi na yung kausap nating organizations are nationwide organizations or representing national constituencies. Plus the fact that I asked yesterday in my briefing ASEC Hepti, the ASEC Padre, that in the consultations of your departments, you also consulted with national organizations representing nationwide constituencies. Yun yung assumption ko po. So, pasensya na po, hindi ko na po to dadalhin sa Visayas or sa Mindanao. And at any rate, the next step would be, I will have to consult the members of the committee kung saan kami papatungo. If it's for the endorsement of the treaty to the plenary, we will still have, plenary discussions where the details, the threats, as mentioned by Mr. Montemayor, would have to be discussed. No, so all of the studies, the validity of the studies will be tested by my fellow senators. So, mahaba-haba pa po itong proseso in the plenary. Those who advocate for this treaty must be ready to help the sponsor to defend it, no, before his peers. Okay? Some of whom are re-electionists. Tandaan niyo yun. This is not only legal, constitutional, there's a political angle. So, okay, so, sir, okay na. We have had 5 hours of discussion. So, as I promised to Mr. Ordonez, so you requested for 4 hours, I gave you 5 hours, and then we are here. So, okay na po yun. So, Senator Marcos is not online. Sige. So, the chair will now declare our hearings on the RCEP terminated. Okay, to await the committee action on the said international agreement or treaty. Thank you very much, everybody, for your attendance.
Thank you.